It is draft day. Round 1 in the NFL begins tonight. 8 o'clock for the first round. We'll have coverage all throughout the day here on WGR. And, of course, the draft live tonight. The Bills will draft at 30, so that'll go later into tonight. The Bills drafting at 30, defensive end, corner, defensive tackle. We'll talk all about it here throughout the day on WGR. Elsewhere around the NFL, you had a signing in the league late yesterday. Tyler Lockett is going to the Tennessee Titans on a one-year deal worth up to $6 million for the 33-year-old receiver. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Washington takes a 2-0 series lead with a 2-goal win over Montreal. Dallas wins in overtime over Colorado. They took a 2-1 series lead. The Oilers allowed 6 goals for the second game in a row. Kings 6, Oilers 2. LA leads 2-0. And then in the NBA playoffs, the Celtics over the Magic, Cavs over the Heat, and then Rockets over the Warriors. Cleveland and Boston both up 2-0. The Rockets tied their series with the Warriors at 1 apiece. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy draft day. 75 degrees today.
Did one of you watch draft day recently?
Josh.
I did.
He texted us about it.
Yikes.
That he watched draft day, and there was a Frank Summers appearance?
Yep. At the very end in the credits, they were showing, action shots of every NFL team, and Frank Summers was the Bills picture.
The Bills fullback?
Yeah.
Yep.
Frank Summers.
He was the picture of the guy they drafted, or he was in it?
Like they were showing like I think DeAndre Hopkins was on there, and like a couple other guys, like Aaron Rodgers throwing a touchdown pass.
And
like
for the Bills, it was Frank Summers.
That was our Frank Summers phase. That was our fullback phase. When Damon Shelton, Frank Summers,
Corey McIntyre.
Yes.
Corey McIntyre had the best visor mouth guard combo in Bills history.
Sam Gash.
Sam Gash.
Give me a Sam Gash in there.
Yeah.
Our fullback days. Who else? There were more.
Did you say Jerome Felton already?
I did not, but him.
Jerome Felton.
Larry Centers, a little bit different there.
Yeah, that dude, 100 catches, right?
Yeah.
In a year. Pat DeMarco, of course.
Pat DeMarco. He was the end of the fullback days. Now we have Reggie Gilliam.
Yes, who does more than just be a fullback. Although, to be fair, Pat DeMarco was also a vertical threat.
True.
He did that one time.
He pulled double coverage down the field in a playoff game. Don't forget. Maybe even triple coverage.
The times, that one season where they just forcing the ball to DeMarco before forcing the ball to Diggs.
That's right.
Was the thing.
That's
forcing
right.
the ball to DeMarco.
You know what I say? Targets are earned, Joe.
Yep.
He earned that target. He earned that deep shot in the Houston playoff game. Hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. I'm sorry, high of 77 today.
Woo.
Let's go. High of 77.
Nice.
3 of the 4 of us hit the golf course yesterday, right? Did you get out, Josh? No, okay.
No, unable to.
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's
It was
draft day.
It's
beautiful. You come hang out at Resurgence with us.
Yes.
If you're in the area, if you're not, have a good time wherever you are. We're at Resurgence tonight. Excited about that. Going to get down there and see a draft pick. I have an announcement to make. I have decided I am in. 2 days ago you said you're on it, defensive end, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And I think I got a guy. It's James Pierce.
James Pierce. If he's there, James Pierce.
It's my guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have come to terms with maybe talk myself into something. And maybe we'll start there, 803-0550. It's draft day. What have you talked yourself into liking? Maybe you liked it before, maybe not, but I've talked myself into an idea that I've seen in the last 24 hours, and I think I'm into it.
Okay.
Because I did some soul searching, Joe. No, it's not a receiver. I'm, of course, always going to want a receiver everywhere, but that's okay. So a bunch of mocks lately, the last 24 hours. Peter Schrager, Dane Brugler. I was listening to Joe Marino on this in the Locked On Bills podcast, and he pointed out a number of mocksters that are all of a sudden going Malachi Starks, safety.
Okay.
Which I've said to you, I think safety doesn't make sense. I don't think they would do it. Why would they do that? They have safeties. And Cole Bishop's here. And listening to Joe talk about Starks and the kind of player that he is, even though Joe was basically saying, I wouldn't do it, I realized that if they took Malachi Starks, it would line up with what I actually want, which, outside of running back, I want a player that has the potential to be a top 100 NFL player, or a top 50, or a top 20.
Right.
All I really want them to find is one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
And if they were to go a position that I don't think that they need, defensive tackle starts tomorrow, right?
Sure.
Kenneth Grant starts tomorrow. He might be a great player. But if they took Starks over top of Taylor Rapp, Cole Bishop, it would say a lot to me. It would say, this is a player we think is a blue chipper, that we think would change our defense. And it would also, for me, sorry to get into this right away, but I've been thinking about Starks for 24 hours.
Yeah.
It also
Georgia safety, by the way.
Yeah, Georgia safety, Malachi Starks. It would also say to me, Sean McDermott's defenses have been built from the back end, and this one's not going to be any different. It's even though we put a lot of stuff in the trenches, they pour their assets into the defensive end and defensive tackle. I mean, the hallmark of this defense was building the shell.
Yeah.
And the shell is now, by the way, Bishop, who's a draft pick. Tre'Davious White is back, and his money is not nothing. And Christian Benford, and I've got Taylor Rapp there, who makes some nice plays.
Yep.
But
modest contract,
things to like about him. I think Pro Football Focus rated him as like the 74th best safety. The things to like, but
bad in coverage, if I remember right. But he was also one of like the top tacklers, maybe from safeties.
And Starks is a guy that is going to patrol back there and be, he's going to be your playmaker over the top. He's going to give you that sentry back there. And I've talked to myself.
Hawk, have I seen ball hawks attached to him too?
Yes, ball skills, ball hawk.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about the Micah Hyde role. And even though that Hyde and Poyer, the thing about them was how interchangeable they could be, but
I would think about him. When I heard Mina Kimes, I listened to Mina Kimes. She ranked all the defensive prospects from the first round a couple days ago. And when I heard her talking about Starks, the play I was thinking about the most was Micah Hyde against Mac Jones in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that pick
is that Starks.
That's what it feels like.
Okay, the other thing he can do, slot corner when needed. Of all the pieces of this defense that we always forget about that's super important is Taron Johnson won't be around forever. So
right. We're on the back nine with Taron Johnson.
We might be
career.
We might be in the final five holes with Taron Johnson. I mean, maybe I'm making him a little bit older.
He is only. How old do you think Taron Johnson is off the top of your head?
This is where you tell me he's like 26.
He's not 26.
Okay.
He's 28.
He's 28.
I'm gonna guess like 30. I would have guessed 30 probably.
Okay,
but 28.
So he's not.
But sure, no, you're right though. He's got a lot of wear and tear. Right?
He does.
Because he is. What's his job?
He plays like an animal. He plays physical,
and sometimes he has to play like a linebacker because he has to come in and play against tackles and fullbacks and tight ends. So he's taking a beating, but he's still playing well.
So Starks more than Eminwari, because Eminwari seems to be like the physical freak that people are waiting to see it all to come together. Whereas Starks for me is. I've talked
ready-made to be a stud.
Yeah, I've talked myself into it. I've got Peter Schrager. Peter Schrager gets a lot of credit as being one of the more connected guys in the league, right?
Sure.
If Peter Schrager says it means something. So I don't think it's smokescreen. Could they go safety in the first round? Yes. And then, we'd have people that are a little upset. What about the defensive line? Well, maybe they go defensive tackle twice in the second round. But Starks has been, in the last 48 hours, mocked the Bills quite a bit. And for me, it really is about what's my roadmap to getting one of the best players in the league. And drafting a player over top of another, I don't want to be afraid of that. I don't want to step away from, This is not a good example, but if there was a stud receiver, I don't want to say, no thanks, I have Josh Palmer. That's not the kind of guy that's keeping me from getting this potential stud. And that's a little bit of BPA talk, a little bit of forget your needs talk, but that's what I'm going for. So, I mean, maybe not my first choice of what they do, but when they do that, if they do that, that's where I'll land is, okay, if you've got a guy that is part of your defense that is the playmaker, because that's what we want, right? We want playmakers on this defense, guys that make a big, big difference, and I think I would make peace with it very quickly.
Yeah. The other thing I've always thought about safety, which it's never been my favorite idea, but I've never been like totally against it, is I do think you can get to 3 safeties all playing on the field. That you can have packages and you can have certain, you can just have certain usages to make that work. Where it was different to me than if you're going to draft, some offensive lineman or some other position, linebacker. Linebacker really, to me, was the one. Where you draft a linebacker, this UCLA kid they were connected to a couple of days ago, and I'm really struggling to figure out how you're going to make that work. At least for this year. How this year you're going to find a way to make that guy be impactful for you compared to what you already have. Whereas you draft Starks, this has always been the M and Worry idea for me too. I think you would just be reversing who's the guy that kind of goes down low, or maybe as you're pointing out, Starks could play nickel. That I can find a way to use 3 safeties if they're all worthy of playing in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. Rapp could struggle out of the gates, and okay, I'll just put Starks and Bishop back there. Or Bishop could struggle in training camp, and it's I don't know if he's ready. So okay, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to start Starks, and I'll start to focus more on Cole Bishop being down in the box and using specialty packages for him. Like safety is a position where you have to do a little bit of work on it if you're McDermott and you're Babich, but I can find my way to getting 3 safeties on the field at different times.
Different packages.
Yeah.
A third down package, right? What if we think a lot about the defensive line packages and how Michael Hoyt might change that, but right, if they had more flexibility on the back end, then that might mean a lot. So, you into it? Open to it?
Open to it for sure. Definitely open to it. I mean, if I told you he's going to be like Micah Hyde 2.0.
And take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. So it is a position that's not thought of as a premium position, though, right? Like, why is he going at 30? If he's supposed to be a stud, it's because, well, the position's not really thought of as being one of the premier positions in the league. Although the Bills might think it is.
Yep.
The Bills might treat it as a premium position.
It is. Maybe it's not like some of these other positions. It seems to be the positions that aren't premium positions in the league are premium to good teams because they're not foundational building blocks. You got to build other stuff first. But once you feel like you're pretty good,
now you can start attacking those other positions.
Baltimore with Kyle Hamilton's a story here. Like, they didn't really need Kyle Hamilton. They took him, and now their defense is kind of built around a lot of things he does.
Sure.
In Kansas City, they had some rough safety play, and they went out, Justin Reed became a pretty good player for them.
Yep.
So, I think I'm into it. I think they're going to go defense. The point about corner, and Sal's been coming off of corner in the last week or so, that corner's going to have to beat out Tre'Davious White, who might be able to play, certainly will know the Bills' system. What happens if your corner you draft in the first round doesn't pick up the defense as quickly as you want to? Now that corner's behind Tre'Davious White, and that might be a hard veteran to pass because of how well he knows the system. And I don't want a corner on the bench. So
yeah,
you've got a lot of options here for the Bills. And staying at 30 seems likely. Brandon Beane said they don't have 30 draft grade first-round grades. Tony Pauline reports the Bills have 12 first-rounders.
Okay.
Now, I'd love to
12.
get 12. I'd love to get into that. I think you could remove the quarterbacks. You could probably remove the tight ends. I don't know, maybe not.
As guys they wouldn't even grade?
Brandon Beane said that they have a Bills-specific kind of board. So, Cam Ward, does he get a first-round grade from them? I think he is just like a...
You wouldn't think he's one of the 12.
Just like an NA. We don't need that.
Okay.
Don't need that. Don't need tackles. They might have first-round grades on tackles, but just don't need tackles. So, 12. It's a far cry from 30.
They would probably be thinking they're not getting one of them then.
Probably.
Although, maybe not. This draft could be This draft really could be all over the place with where guys go. They could think a guy that could go 11th or 12th is going to start falling to them around 26, 27, and you move up 3 spots, and boom, you got a guy that you thought was going to go like 11th in the NFL draft, because that is just the variance on a lot of these players. Pierce, earlier in the week, we talked about how he's been mocked in the top 10. Chris Capaccio is number 1, and he's been mocked in the second round. And that's a lot of these guys. Emin Worry, I saw fall out of the first round in a mock draft yesterday. That is the first time I've maybe seen that. But how much you want to take from those in the first place, I don't know. It feels like there's a wide-ranging opinions on a lot of these guys. Yep. So maybe they will get one of their 12 first-round grades.
They might. Another piece of evidence how the first round might be more unpredictable than other years. How many players are backing out of attending?
Right. It's only.
Are we down to 15 players will be there?
15.
It was 19, then 17. Now we're down to 15.
Right.
Because
they just might not know.
Who knows? Are you going to go in the first round? And it doesn't have to be a bad thing if you stay there the first night and instead of watching with your family. But whatever. Only 15 players are going to this and think they're going to be first-round picks. Lots of rumor on movement, too. By the way, the Jaguars are apparently a wild card team on this. I saw last night some reports that the Jags might try to go up to number 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who for? Hunter? Are the Browns going to slide down and not take Travis Hunter? And the Browns have already tons of draft capital.
Yeah.
Are they going to try and add more?
Is that going to be them trading down for... Well, no, it's not far enough. I was going to say, is that their EJ trade? Their EJ Manuel trade? The Bills needed a quarterback, and there was no quarterback worth the pick in 2012? So what do? They moved down 8 spots, and they picked their quarterback there because that's more where he's worth the pick, and they picked up whatever along the way. But going from 2 to 5... I guess it's a little better.
It's great
if you justify if they love Jackson Dart, it would justify it, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, but even then, you don't need the capital, but I guess you could take some more of it and then just try to fly around the board wherever you can. Jacksonville, interesting. Maybe Hunter. They've been tagged for Ashton Jeanty as well in the last 24, 48 hours.
Trading up to 2 and drafting Jeanty.
I mean,
they shouldn't be at any risk though of not getting him at 5.
I don't think so.
Why? Who would? New England?
Maybe New England trades. There's talk of people trading into the top 5 for the running back, which talked about this a little bit yesterday. What happened to everybody? I do think there is value in having a good running back, and there could be value in having Jeanty, but man, we are not really getting on any team drafting him like we did with Barkley. Barkley went 2. I guess the difference is that year, that's the Josh Allen draft class, that was a quarterback-rich draft. And the Giants sat there and took a running back instead of a future franchise quarterback, which is pretty dumb. So, that's what's different.
That was 3 years in a row, by the way, that 3 running backs had gone in the top 5. Elliott went 4th overall, and then Fournette went 4th overall. By the way, McCaffrey then went 8th overall, and then Barkley went number 2. And since then, you've had a couple first-round picks, but the only other guy since then that's gone top 10 was Bijan. And did the Falcons get crushed for that?
Not crushed.
I mean, the Falcons back-to-back years picked non-premium positions super high. Kyle Pitts at 4 and Bijan at 8.
The Falcons got more crushed for taking Michael Penix Jr. because they had just signed Kirk Cousins. That's the thing they got really crushed for.
That's funny. They got crushed for taking the quarterback more than they got crushed for taking the tight end and the running back in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably right. I don't know. Jeanty is not somebody I've studied a lot. I've just kind of assumed he's great because you see the highlights and you see the numbers, and he's the runner-up to the Heisman, and everyone's just like, oh yeah, this is a top 5 back. I don't know. Would I be worried though that he played against? Would that be one of those positions where I'd be worried about him playing against small school guys his entire career and stacking up totals?
I don't think so.
All right. It's more the running back point for me, but
yeah. And the things I'm reading on him, they love his makeup, like an elite makeup kind of player, person like that. So anyway, happy draft day. Bills draft 30th. If they don't move up or down, and we'll see it tonight. The rumors, the good stuff. How many other teams do we have to watch? There's something we aren't doing as much of as maybe years past.
Yeah.
What teams are we taking a look at? I hope this team doesn't get this player. Because the only one I really have on that is New England and Travis Hunter. I just hope New England does not get Hunter.
I agree with that.
You tell me they take the offensive lineman with the 4th pick, like, have a good time. That's fine. I'm sure it's good for you. I'm not going to worry about Will Campbell being the 4th pick to the Patriots.
Well, would you be worried about Genty being the 4th pick?
Probably not. I probably wouldn't worry too much if they get a running back, but Hunter I might. I mean, Hunter could, of course, give them the two-way star or an elite player at one side.
Yeah, right. If I could have one player not go somewhere, the easy number one would be Hunter to New England. After that, I don't know, is there somebody around where the Bills pick where you don't want to see them get? I mean, really, if you've got a guy or guys, like if you like Starks, for instance, and you want to see the Bills pick him at safety, and then they don't, and he goes to Kansas City the next pick. You're probably going to hate that?
Maybe.
This isn't kind of the same, you know what I mean? If I want the Bills to get this guy, then I think by the natural bridge would be, and I don't want the Chiefs to get the same person. I want the Chiefs to draft the guy that I didn't want for the Bills.
That's right. There's some positions, though, that I think are scarier than others. Like if you tell them the Chiefs get a guard or a tackle, I'm not going to worry about that as much.
Shouldn't that be a counterpoint against your safety idea then?
It should.
Is it scary to Kansas City?
Well, I don't know. Nothing scares them.
Right. And the only thing that you could even get to is like if the receiver that would be a monster.
Well, okay, the receiver that could be a monster. Speaking of that, today at 8:30, we've got Joey Van Zumeren on the Tigers in Missouri and Luther Burden.
Yeah.
He is not the guy that we had emailed back and forth who had said, I'm a Chiefs fan and Burden to the Bills scares me. Right. I don't think Burden is the play at 30. You know, some of the scouting reports on him. There's some stuff out there. I saw him referred to as a speed bump in run blocking.
Yeah.
And that tells me the Bills might shy away from that. But whatever.
Yeah.
Should I be drafting for what scares my opponents? Sometimes. But I don't know the Bills' offensive line individually would scare anybody, but put together as a unit, it does.
Yes. Yeah.
So building out
Spencer Brown has become someone that I believe does scare people on the other side. I'm just guessing. Yeah.
That's right. So building out this defense the way that we want to see this thing built out, I think it'd be hard to make anybody mad. That said, yesterday, Show Up on the Bulldog entertained the idea, like, what would your reaction be if they took a running back in the first round? That was those words were spoken on this radio station. And I'm going to get in ahead of the game. If they do that, I'll call for Bean to be fired.
Wow.
I'm saying it ahead of time.
Wow.
I don't think he's going to do it. But if they drafted a running back in the first round,
you would owe me $20.
I would owe you $20 because running back went before linebacker, and he should lose his job. It's not a serious operation if this team goes running back in the first round. Not a serious operation.
What happened to the good teams investing in running backs?
They have one. They have one.
But they might not want to keep him.
Fine, get another one next year. High pick next year. You want to go for that? I can mock the idea of a first rounder, but no. You have one. His brother did tweet that he wants $20 million a year now.
The price has gone up.
We'll get to that.
That's why you do it.
They should move on from their GM. If they take a running back with the first round, Trevion Henderson makes it to 20.
What if I told you
to 30?
Cook he really did the Michael Scott negotiation where he came into the room. It's like, okay, the last time it was 15, the Bills were at 10, and all right, let's see if we can talk again and meet in the middle. And they talked to James Cook again. He's like, yeah, I want $20 million. Not coming off it. Price is going up.
That's fine. He's not going to get 20.
All right, we're not getting a contract done with this dude. This isn't a serious negotiation. We're drafting a guy.
That's fine.
Look, Marion Hampton, Travion Henderson. Look at these guys.
You can go ahead and draft a guy and trade Cook and do what you want, but you spend your first round pick. The GM should be dismissed. Serious. I'm not kidding. There's not a lot of appetite to.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's something we really have to consider. And it sounds really harsh. You hear the guy on the radio saying Bean should be fired? Yeah, if he drafts a running back at 30, yes. Yes. That would be during the Josh Allen era. The Bills would have spent a first, a second, 2/3, a fourth, and a sixth on running backs.
That's a lot.
It's not okay. So anyway, we don't have to go there. It's a good day. We're gonna have a good time.
What if I told you he's going to be, in 2 years, he's going to be ranked 18th in the top 100 player list?
Don't care. Running backs are the only thing that don't count on the top 100 players list because they get 10 guys on that list.
They do get a lot.
Running backs get wildly overrated on the NFL's top 100.
That's true.
803-0550, our phone number. Sal's last mock is going up at the website at 7 o'clock. Keep an eye out for that. We can take your phone calls. What are you talking yourself into? What should Bean get fired for? No, we don't have to go there. If it's running back, though, I'm saying it now, so then when I say it tomorrow, when they draft O'Marion Hampton, you're not surprised. I will say it. That's it. Find somebody else to pull the cards. Or, I don't know, whoever made the call. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Maybe it's Brady. Whatever. I'd be out for everybody if they took a running back.
Fire everybody.
Sure.
Not just Bean.
Except for Josh. Josh can stay.
Josh, yeah.
Other than
what if Josh wanted the running back?
Right. Well, so far the things he wants. Speaking of that, Keon Coleman on a podcast had some awesome stuff to say. Maybe you saw this, maybe you didn't went around the rounds. He's talking about his time with the Bills and things he learned when he got injured and how he felt about his season pre and post injury. He said some really good stuff that I found to be super encouraging. I think there's a lot of reason to have high hopes for Coleman. We'll see how it goes, but we'll play some of that along the way. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy draft day. It's going to be 77 today. It's good stuff. Good stuff today. We've got lots to get to. We'll catch you up on all the rumors, all the latest mocks. Sal's mock at 7. A guest on Luther Burden from Missouri at 8:30, just to get one receiver conversation in. We got to get one in there. So you can give us a ring if you want here on WGR.
It's draft day, round 1 tonight. Bills slated to pick 30th. We'll have coverage throughout the day here on WGR. Draft starts at 8 o'clock. The Bills will draft much later in the night. And then tomorrow, day 2 for rounds 2 and 3 in Green Bay. To the NHL playoffs last night, Montreal falling to Washington, so the Caps are up 2-0 in that series. Dallas in overtime beats Colorado. Tyler Seguin wins it in overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. The Oilers gave up 6 goals to the Kings for the second consecutive game. LA out in front 2-0 in that series. In the NBA playoffs last night, Celtics over the Magic, Cavs over the Heat. Both those teams taking a 2-0 series lead. Rockets beat the Warriors, so that series locked up at 1 apiece. Golden State also losing Jimmy Butler to a pelvic contusion on a hard fall, and he did not return to that game. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And it's ran like a pro-type university. They do a really good job of preparing us for the next level, and they treat you like a pro the first day you step in there. So just kind of, when you're there, you have no choice but to learn how to be a pro. So just taking that and running with it, and just having the advice of guys that's already in the league, just, coming back and giving tips and telling me to be myself. Handle it like a business and stay true to myself. I think those are the biggest things. And like I said, the University of Georgia did a great job of preparing us for the next level.
That's Malachi Starks, Georgia safety, on his time there at Georgia. As see his name a lot in mock drafts. It's ticked up a bit. If you're looking at the top names for the Bills over the last 3-4 months, Kenneth Grant. Who else? Trey Amos.
Landon Jackson,
defensive end.
Yeah.
And Malachi Starks. This week there's been a lot of it.
The one thing about Starks that he does not necessarily fit with what the Bills normally do, but it's not like they don't. It's not like they don't have players where they, are a little bit lower on this. But his RAS score out of 10, Malachi Starks, is a 5.2. Again, though, it's not like the Bills have. The Bills often go for guys that are higher, but you can find guys where they're lower.
Safety is different, though. That's one spot where, thinking back to last year, the conversation about safety was we don't always need the physical guy. We need the guy that can process, the guy that can just play. So
that's right.
We'll see. And they have the one physical freak safety in Cole Bishop. He was like a 9.8. It's just interesting. I was in the break looking at Starks. Again, talking myself into Georgia safety Malachi Starks tonight. We'll get Sal's thoughts on this. Coverage rankings for the Bills safeties. Cam Lewis was the best of the bunch. The others who played more. The safeties for the Bills, coverage-wise. Cole Bishop ranked 87th in coverage. Taylor Rapp, 93rd, and Damar Hamlin, 96th in coverage.
All
terrible
very,
numbers.
Very bad.
Terrible numbers. And that's what Starks would be brought in to do, would be to be whatever. I just think it's possible. And I'm maybe it's a defense mechanism. I'm talking myself into it. But I think it could happen. 803-0550, what you want to see from the Bills tonight, give us a ring. It's your last chance to get in before things get started tonight with us. And, of course, we'll be here tomorrow to wrap things up.
Yeah. The other thing, that safety pick, because we've been talking about the Bills being more multidimensional and more chess pieces to do different things with. I wonder if the value in a guy like Starks might be that give me someone like processing, right? Like you just said, someone back there that's going to process things at an elite level. Maybe that takes a little bit of time because he's a rookie, and safety sometimes take a little bit in the system. But that eventually we're going to get to a point where this guy is reading the field at an expert level.
Yeah,
and that trust then we can have in someone back there can allow us to be more aggressive with things all around the field in other spots. I wonder last year if there was any, hey, we can't do this, we got to hold back on maybe something we could try over here, because if we do that, it's going to put more pressure on our safeties to cover all those safety valves on the back end. And we just don't know that we can do that with Damar Hamlin and Taylor Rapp. as our two safeties. If we had elite Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde, maybe, but that's what, like, with Michael Hoyt and with blitzing and with different coverages from the cornerbacks, maybe, are you more comfortable doing that if you know you've got a stud safety back there and not just a replacement level guy?
Let me read you some of Lance Zierlein's scouting report on Starks, because as you lay out there, Joe, coming in mentally, does he have the chops upstairs to process the game the way the Bills want him to, which it would seem that's something that they value, of course.
Yeah.
He's a 5-star prospect out of high school, top 15 nationally.
Okay.
He was a finalist for the Freshman of the Year award at Georgia and started 14 games for the national champions as a freshman.
Okay.
So that's right away, you're in, you're starting, you're good. First team Associated Press All-American, first team All-SEC, finalist for the Bronco Nagurski Award and Jim Thorpe Awards. Second team AP last year, second team All-SEC, finalist for the Thorpe Award. Started all 14 games. Like 3-year starter at Georgia, high leverage games on his resume, versatile safety with the size and athleticism to eliminate contested catches, and the speed and ball skills to shine when the action travels deep. And one thing about the Bills' defense last year that I thought was notable, that was different than years past, they got hit deep. They used to never get hit deep.
Yeah, it happened a few times.
And last year, it was so jarring when it what? Somebody threw deep on them? It happened? Who got beat? What? They gave up another big play in the passing game? The explosive plays against last year, there were just lots of them. And they were leaky on the back end, which is something they weren't normally.
Yeah.
They gave up lots and lots in the passing game, and they survived by getting turnovers. So,
yeah. There are certain plays, too, where I'm thinking about, just reading the break about his ability, man coverage a little bit when he goes down into nickel coverage. And was it a touchdown? I got to find it. But there's a play that always sticks out to me from that AFC Championship game, which is the Bills wanting to play more man coverage, and they put Damar Hamlin down in... Karen Johnson was on one slot, and then Hamlin had to go down into the other one because they were in man. And what did Reed do? What did Reed and Mahomes do? They motioned Worthy around to get Worthy onto Hamlin, and it was like the easiest pitch and catch ever to the corner, because Damar Hamlin is just not going to be able to cover a guy in the slot like that in man coverage. Like, he's not. And I'm not saying Starks is who you would, come in and cover the fastest player on the other side of the field out of the nickel if they're spreading it out 4 receivers wide. But, man, it reads like he is somebody that could give you something there. And the Bills right now don't have a safety, I think, where, all right, we're in man here and they've spread it out. You trust any of your safeties covering almost any receiver one-on-one?
Not really.
Rapp, that's not the type of player Rapp is.
No.
We know it's not Hamlin, and I don't think even in theory that's what Bishop is supposed to be, is he?
No, I like Rapp. He's made nice plays for them.
Yeah, me too.
But none
of these guys, though, are like... I mean, you did the coverage grades go along with that, too. None of these guys, to me, are like, you can bump them down into a one-on-one, and they can hold their own. Hyde used to be able to do that a little bit. I mean, that's what he did in Green Bay. He was a nickel. I mean, they even tried it at the end with him. Like, I think he was... He was maybe a little too past his prime for this, but what did they do against Jacksonville when it was clear Kyrie Elam couldn't cover Calvin Ridley?
Micah Hyde was there.
They put Micah Hyde on Calvin Ridley to try and cover him. Like, that's what he was as a player when he was at his best. So, yeah, that would have me thinking about... You got me thinking about Starks a little bit here. I'm still definitely James Pearson, edge rusher, for me, though. That's still my favorite idea. Those safeties have an easier job if you're able to get to the quarterback twice as fast.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. ProFootballTalk.com has a couple, rumors out there. The Ravens are not ruling out taking a running back early.
The Ravens.
I am going
Should
back.
Should they fire their GM if they take one in the first round?
Yes.
Because they have
Derrick Henry. Yes. Of course they should.
How much longer is he going to go, though?
It's a good question. That would be a reason that you could, I guess, take a running back if they want to. I think it'd be
Although, that's kind of the same thing as Cook. Like, we're not going to pay... Are the Bills and the Ravens both thinking about we have one-year relationships with our running backs?
They might. So draft one next year.
That's probably fair.
Maybe not. I don't want to talk about running back. It makes me upset. It gets me upset. George Pickens has unfollowed the Steelers' account on Instagram.
Okay.
Plenty of speculation he's about to move.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, poor DK Metcalf. Poor Steelers.
What do you mean? He's gonna get his number 14 now.
He is going to, well, whatever. If Pickens moves, the Steelers' offseason would have amounted to trading for DK Metcalf. Oh, wow, look at these two receivers. Getting rid of Pickens. Oh, okay, well, at least Aaron Rodgers is here. Is he? Are you sure about that? Anyway.
Metcalf for fantasy, if all this unravels this way, is going to take a big hit. I mean, unless they find their way to a quarterback and actually get him the football. I mean, it's the quarterback rumors, right? The other one was the rumor that I saw is that Joe Shane's son posted a highlight reel of Jackson Dart, and then within minutes made his account private. So is Jackson Dart to the Giants about to happen?
I think I'm going to get on board with Jackson Dart.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
What was the stat, though? 12% of his throws were dropback passes?
Yeah, which was 14%, I think. But that makes it hard to evaluate. Like, all right, we'll just turn him into that. I think I might like Jackson Dart. Yeah, why not? Me a Jackson Dart guy.
Yeah, well, in that case, though, that wouldn't make a lot of sense for the Giants if you got to turn him into something, because they got to... Don't they need a quarterback that's, like, ready to go right now? Not teach how to play quarterback in the way that they're going to need him to? Unless they just want him to play quarterback the way he's been playing at Ole Miss, which could happen, right? Some quarterbacks in the NFL... I don't know what the number would be on like Brock Purdy and Tua that run some of these offenses where it's more screens and yak plays. I can't imagine anybody's touching 14% though, like Dart did.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. What's your idea today? The idea du jour. Joe and I also have our dream draft boards. I'm not even saying Starks is my dream pick. Just if that's the pick. This is how I get there to, okay, let me see how this might work. I think it might be a good idea, and there's a good case to make for it. So we'll see. We'll see tonight. 30th pick overall. They're picking late, of course, unless they move. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Not too late to make a plan to come join us at Resurgence tonight. We'll all be there for the draft party. What are we going to do?
Should I wear my cowboy hat?
Listen here.
Ooh,
yes, you should. Wear it. Here's the other idea I have. Betting on where players get picked is not allowed in New York State. We can't bet on over/under.
Correct.
So should we just bet amongst ourselves? Let's just do that.
We could.
Let's just do that.
We could. There's nothing against that, I don't think.
Okay.
You want to bet against like what players will go where?
Like Shedeur Sanders over/under 21.5. You and I will just bet. Or Travis Hunter to... over/under 2.5.
Yeah.
Or how many running backs in the first round, or whatever.
Yeah. We could pick exact teams, too. You could always make those bets. But
there are, based on the odds, there are favorites for team and position and player and position.
Yeah.
We're seeing lots of tight end stuff in the first round, lots of running back stuff in the first round. 803-0550, our number. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Happy draft day, Jeremy and Joe. Josh Schmidt is here producing. Owen's running the feed.
Head on a swivel with draft odds today.
Okay.
If you see them.
Wait, I remember famously that Will Levis's odds moved big time to be the first overall pick. And
just going to mention that.
Okay.
On draft day, his odds were minus 2,000 to be the second overall pick.
Okay.
The morning of that draft, he was minus 2,000 to go second overall. He didn't go in the first round.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that feels like that will happen again.
That means
right now, actually, Travis Hunter is minus 1,600 to be the second overall pick.
Just like to say what those odds mean, that means the books were really exposed on him and didn't want you to spend any money at the idea of he'd be the second overall pick.
They didn't want you to bet on Will Levis at all.
Interesting. Well, tonight we've got our party.
Yes.
The wide receiver train, staring at my wide receiver big board over here.
Are we still going to be, booing every time a receiver gets picked?
No.
It might only happen one time before the Bills pick, honestly.
It might not be that many.
Yeah.
That's right. I saw, if we're talking receivers quickly, Todd McShay's final player rankings.
Yeah.
Tet McMillan, who could go as high as what? 5?
I guess Jacksonville, he could go 5.
He could go as high.
It feels like, though, if it's not Jacksonville, it's not going to be in the top 10.
It might be 11 or 12. Arizona's in the mix there.
Sure. Yeah.
Todd McShay put Tet McMillan 50th.
Woo!
Yeah. 50th.
I mean, he's not my favorite.
He's not my favorite.
Like,
there's things to like about him, but he's...
Yeah.
I don't know.
By the way, speaking of draft odds, he is minus 400 to be the first wide receiver drafted, not including Travis Hunter.
Okay, I was going to say, you can't include Travis
They're not
Hunter.
including Travis Hunter. McMillan, the favorite to be the first receiver picked. That much. Isn't that one, if we could bet on that, that'd be one where I'd be targeting. Like, let me throw Matthew Golden plus 225, Igbuka plus 1,600, Burden plus 6,600.
Okay.
Like, let me look at someone else to be the first receiver picked over McMillan. Like, he doesn't have to be the first receiver pick, does he?
No, doesn't have to be. There have been years.
So,
the year that CeeDee Lamb was supposed to be the consensus. Or sorry, no, it was.
Wait, that might be another one.
It was Jerry Jeudy. It was supposed to be Jeudy number 1, and instead Henry Ruggs went ahead of all of them.
No one thought Ruggs was going first.
Yeah, and then
they thought he was a first round prospect, but not that he was going to be the first one.
But then the Raiders showed up and did the thing the Raiders always do, which is draft a fast guy.
Right, because they did the same thing with. Wasn't it stunning when Darius Hayward-Bay was the first receiver picked?
Yes.
2008.
You know what? The Raiders are always good for this. The Raiders also did Cleveland Farrell 4th overall one year, the defensive end, and then Alex Leather something.
Alex Leatherwood
something.
Yeah, Mike Shope always does the best line on them, which is the Raiders draft like they don't have the internet.
Yes. 8030550.
At least they did. I don't know if Tom Brady's gonna do it differently.
If you're watching us on the YouTube feed, you can see my shirt today. This is the wide receiver train golf polo. Those are trains. These are trains.
I did not even pick up on that.
These are trains.
Wow, let's go.
Here, there you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Bills colors too?
Yep.
That's sharp.
Trains.
The wide receiver train polo. Let's go.
1 year too late, but hey, whatever. The train never actually stops.
Well, the train is still on the tracks, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
We have not pulled it over and put it into the... We've had this discussion. What's it called?
Roundhouse.
Roundhouse, thank you.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Did you not watch Thomas the Train growing up? Come on.
I think because I was like a... No, I did, but it's been so long.
Yesterday we talked about like going down memory lane. If you ever remember the draft being exclusively all day on Saturday, are you too young for that? Not having the Thursday night routine, but Saturday, all day. It was like watching the Masters. It was settle down, order food, don't move. It was great.
No, I'm too young for that. Luckily for me, draft day, I think, because it always would have been on at night. Because I remember going over to my buddy's house, my friend's house, when right after they drafted C.J. Spiller. And it was nighttime.
Were you hyped?
I don't remember if I was hyped as much. It was like, can you believe that they just drafted C.J. Spiller?
Yeah. John Gruden called him the best player in the draft.
Yeah. The good thing, though, for me was that those were school nights for me. But the Bills always picked like before 9 o'clock.
True. That's true.
Because they picked in the top 12 every single year.
We'll get to Sal. He's got his first mock draft posting in mere moments. Or sorry, not first. His final mock draft. Want to run the Starks idea by him. We've flirted with safety. But I just feel like there's a little bit of a push that way. If it does go that way, would Starks make sense? How would the Bills build it out from there? And I do want to say, no matter what they do in the first round, outside of running back, you kind of have to wait until the 2 picks in the second round to really, get upset. Let's say they go safety at 30, and then Ty Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State, makes it to their second pick. Like, okay, there you go. There's your guy if you needed a guy on the line. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Lots of intrigue heading into tonight. You can come hang out with us at Resurgence. Buy tickets for Resurgence Brewing's draft party tonight, $45, all you can drink. And we got pizza there as well you can eat. And drinks and us hanging out. And a draft pick this time. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
It is draft day. We've made it. Round 1 tonight. 30th pick for the Bills. That will come very late in the night, probably in the 11 o'clock hour. The draft starts at 8 o'clock tonight with pick number 1. The Titans fully expected to pick Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami, first overall. And then we see what Cleveland and the New York Giants do after that. To the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Washington takes a 2-0 series lead by beating the Canadiens 3-1. Dallas wins in overtime with a Tyler Seguin goal to beat Colorado. Dallas up 2-1 in their series. LA beats Edmonton again, scoring 6 for the second consecutive games, 12 goals in 2 games against the Oilers. Kings lead 2-0 in that one. In the NBA playoffs last night, Celtics over the Magic, Cavaliers over the Heat, both those teams taking 2-0 series leads. The Warriors lose to the Rockets, and that's not all they lost. Jimmy Butler was taken out on a rebound, fell really hard to the court, has a pelvic contusion. That was in the first quarter, and he did not return to the game. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Draft day, and we're checking in with Sal Capaccio, posting at our website, WGR550.com. You've got Sal's final mock. Sorry, first mock or final mock? Or both, for that matter.
Kind of both.
Yeah. First and final?
I got to do one every year. I usually, a few times, maybe a couple of times over the years I've done more than one, but generally I do one mock draft, one and only. So here it is. It's out now. I just dropped it literally 5 minutes ago for everybody, so we can talk about it as we go. I wanted you to kind of have the big reveal, I guess, Jeremy, here as we talk on the morning. And I'll tell you, it is a unique draft because every team has their own original first-round selection, and there are 32 teams picking in the first round. I don't remember this ever happening. I don't know if it's ever happened. I know we've never had. I guess it hasn't never happened because I don't think, from what I read before, I think this is the latest we've ever gone without having a trade in the first round. We still didn't have one. Now, that being said, the Bills are scheduled to select 30th. They could move up. They could move down. You try to do these exercises. I've done several of them, gone through the exercises. I have different players available each time. But when I settled on how I think the board could possibly fall for the first 29, the pick that I have for the Buffalo Bills at number 30 is a defensive tackle, Tyleik Williams of Ohio State. I think there are several guys they could select there. I think there are a couple positions they could select there, but that's how the board fell for this mock. So I have Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State at 30 for the Bills.
He is a big defensive tackle. I mean, there's lots of different options, flavors at the position, Sal, and you went with a guy that is 335 pounds?
Yeah, and that's kind of intentional. I just think that if the Bills get to this spot, I think one thing they need and want in this draft – probably early, is a big-body defensive tackle. I've maintained that for a while. I don't think it has to be the first pick, but I do think that the circumstances of them signing Dane Jackson and most recently Tre'Davious White allow for them to not have to maybe reach at corner, and I do think there are some corners who will be available in the second round. Now, look, there's going to be defensive tackles available in the second round. I don't know if you're going to have defensive tackles who have this particular type of body and trait that they'll be looking for to add to the team. Right now, guys, the Bills have a massive void on the interior of the defensive line. They need a bigger body to go along with Ed Oliver and to, I guess, upgrade from Daquan Jones. Larry Ogunjobi is suspended for 6 games. He's only on a 1-year deal. Daquan Jones is only on a 1-year deal. They have to add a player here. And I don't think that particular player is going to be as available to them in the second round on day number 2 as maybe a corner who could come in and still play early.
Tyleik Williams, the player you've chosen here, and he did come in for a top 30 visit. The Bills had 5 defensive tackles that came in for visits. They had 4 defensive ends. They had 7 corners, 1 safety, 7 receivers. Of course, it's not just about the top 30 visits, Sal. There's the combine, there's private workouts and private meetings and all that. So, defensive tackle, the thing about that is You wonder how quickly it is about how the board falls. That's what you kind of said. Like the way that it fell, you went defensive tackle here. The fact that they have 3 picks in the top 62 is a nice little bonus here, right? That extra pick acquired in the Diggs trade. Brandon Beane earlier this week kind of talked about having the extra second and what it could do for them. Once they make this pick of Williams, if they do, what's next up on the board? Is it another defensive tackle, or do you start to move into corner, safety, something like that?
So if you gave me like odds to set on what positions the Bills would walk out of the first 2 nights with, if they stay where they are or relatively same where they are, right, Jeremy? Like, let's obviously, if they stay at 30, 56, and 60 in there, I think I would put my money on 2 defensive linemen and a cornerback. That's what I would say. 2 defensive linemen and a cornerback. The question for me has always been, what order do those go in? Again, I'll go back to look what they've done here recently at corner. It doesn't preclude them from drafting one. I want to say that clearly. Like, I don't think that signing Tre'Davious White or Dane Jackson, I'm not here to tell you those guys are the answers and they're going to roll with them. They're going to draft a young guy who needs to play. I don't think it's as urgent, and I think there are a few other guys who could still slide in on day number 2. I think it's a little more urgent to have to get some defensive linemen here. You have 2 guys who signed, who've been suspended for 6 games. Now, granted, I understand that Brandon Beane said we're going to treat those like 6-week injuries, and that's right. I mean, it's not forever, right? They're suspended for 6 games. They're coming back. But they have holes there they need to fill. And on top of that, it's just a need on the team. They have to add to their defensive line, A, because they weren't good enough at stopping the run at times last year. At times they were. They were very inconsistent. And B, we know they still have to get to the passer. So when you ask me, like, what's more likely or what's most likely, I would say another defensive lineman, could be at edge, and a corner. I just don't know which order that would go in, but I do think that those are the 3 picks. Two defensive linemen and a corner, to me, are your top 3 picks.
Quick on corner. We learned the numbers on Tre'Davious White and his contract. So did that come in a little high than you thought, a little low? What does that really mean for this position? You say there's no doubt they're going to draft a young guy. The way that Brandon Beane talked about Tre'Davious White and the number they gave him, do you feel like there's an expectation he's going to be a contributor this year?
100%. I anticipate Tre'Davious White, making the team. I mean, I don't think you go out and sign that guy to a close to $3 million contract. I think the name matters here and who he is. Are you going to bring Tre'Davious White back in just to maybe cut him a few months later? I don't think that happens in this scenario, right? It would have to really take them thinking he just can't play anymore. And I don't think that's the case. They've done their work on him. They believe he can play. Absolutely, I think he contributes. I think the question is, does he actually start week 1? And I know Bills fans don't want to hear that because they've seen that Tre'Davious White's had these injuries. He went to L.A., he was a healthy scratch. He went to Baltimore, and he did contribute in Baltimore. And he did play. He was okay. He wasn't great. He wasn't terrible, anything like that. I think he's in the mix to compete for the starting job. That said, he'll be in the mix with a young guy, and he'll be in the mix with Dane Jackson. He'll be in the mix with Jamarcus Ingram. That's still an open competition. Given the money they gave him, absolutely, I think that still tells you a story that, they're not sitting here and bailing on him right away. Now, it's not astronomical. In fact, I mean, $2.88 million at this point, you could live with if you had to move on from him. That's the guarantee, $2.88. Let's remember, they did cut him last year, and you're still carrying $4 million plus in dead cap for Tre'Davious White. So overall, if you just look at the name, he's counting $7 million, $4 million dead, $2.8 million live. I would caution people not to look at it. I don't think the Bills are doing that. The Bills aren't looking at it as that bringing Tre'Davious White's cap hit. You might as well call the guy that they cut last year Joe Smith. It doesn't matter. Just count them as 2 separate players. But it is 2 cap hits. One is live for 2.88. One is dead for over $4 million. Maybe a little higher than I thought, but probably about the range that I figured it would come in, given that it was reported at over $6 million, but we all knew he wasn't getting that right away.
Right. Jackson might be the one to think about his expendability more, because his guaranteed is $500,000 for this year.
Exactly, Joe. I think that's exactly right. I think when you talk about a guarantee of close to $3 million, I mean, you're talking about a guy playing for you. I mean, that's what it's going to be. Would it stun me if Tre'Davious White just becomes more of a depth, inactive guy on game day once in a while? It wouldn't stun me, but I don't think the Bills are planning for that. I think the Bills are planning on Tre'Davious White being a contributor. We talked to him the other day, and I was kind of looking through again, and it's dawned on me looking at his bio, and guys, he just turned 30. He's not super old, right? I mean, we've talked about guys like Stephon Gilmore, who was drafted 5 years before Tre'Davious White, right? I mean, Tre'Davious White had a couple injuries, and we know that he's not quite the same player. I get that. He's only 30 years old. He just turned 30. I still think he has some left, and I think the Bills feel that.
He definitely showed a little of that last year at the end with Baltimore.
Yeah.
Like, it looked better than with the Rams. So, Sal, on Tyleik Williams, drafting him at 30 in your mock draft, you said you got into this a little bit. Like, what that would mean to the Bills' defense and what that could do for them if they really hit on the pick. Like, if he came in and was everything that they were hoping for. I had asked you last week or earlier in the week about how the Bills have never really invested a draft pick in a guy like this. So if they were to do that now and he comes in and can produce right away, like, how do you think it would help their defense? Not just the role, but, I mean, we've talked about this with corner and with safety, like, also how a guy like that maybe could, impact the rest of the defense, not just the defensive line.
Yeah, Joe, I think it's twofold. Number one, it's a player they need. As I said, they don't have the bigger-bodied guy, the anchor, the guy who can play one technique. Let me say this about Tyleik Williams. He did play a lot of three technique at Ohio State, so that's kind of at Oliver's spot. But he's flexible enough, versatile enough, and big enough to play one technique. He's also still young. He could gain mass. He can gain girth or whatever you want to say. And I think he can be a true one technique at the NFL level. And he's athletic enough to be a penetrating one technique. Guys that, yes, he could hold up against the run. That's going to have to come with time, right? If it doesn't happen right away, I think, rarely do you get guys who could step in, especially drafting 30, who are just going to dominate at that position in the NFL. You're going against really big, grown men at that position. But he can play the one technique, and I think the Bills really need to find a guy right there. Somehow, some way, they still have to, because right now, Daquan Jones is kind of the only guy. Unless you plan on having Dwayne Carter, who is a little bit shorter, and he'd have to gain some weight as well. Unless you plan on him being that true guy, which is possible, I think they have to really find another guy to be able to play that spot. And I think the best scenario is find a young guy, get him on a rookie contract, and if you hit there, that's a guy you can have for years to come to kind of balance out what you have next to Ed Oliver, who's a little undersized. The other part of this is, and I think part that we don't talk about enough, but it's true, they have athletic linebackers, and they want to make sure those guys are kept clean. Look at the difference when you can keep Terrell Bernard, who's undersized, and Matt Milano, who's 30-plus years old now, has gone through some injuries. If you could keep those guys clean and let them do their job, it just makes everything work so much better on the defense.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, I want to get to the Malachi Starks idea. The Bills met him at the Combine. He did not come in for a visit. Safety is a position we could discuss, and,
Yeah.
In your mock, he was on the board. He goes 2 picks later. James Pierce is on the board, goes off 1 before the Bills in your mock. Joe likes that idea a lot. How about Starks as an idea? Because one thing about this draft and trying to figure out how they want to build the next version of a Sean McDermott defense, this defense, the safeties last year, they might have been passable at times, but man, it was a massive drop-off from what they used to have to what they had last year. Do you think Starks is a possibility or a safety is a possibility? And how easy is it to defend as an idea? I find that it is kind of easy to defend, even though we see them as having bigger needs in other spots, that if they wanted to get a true center fielder, playmaker back there to kind of put a top on the defense, that would fit in with what the Bills like to do quite a bit.
Who's he playing over if you do that?
Rap.
Let me see.
Rap.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that.
Well, let me give you a rap. Let me give you a rap.
Go ahead.
Rap, but Pro Football Focus's coverage grade for Taylor Rapp, he ranked 93rd among safeties. Like, Rapp could still get on the field, but they'd be doing it because they think this player is too good to pass on, and we don't want to not take a player who's, a B-level player? You don't think they would draft somebody over top of Taylor Rapp?
I do not. Listen, with all due respect to Pro Football Focus or anybody who does film analysis or grades, I don't think the Bills feel that about Taylor Rapp. I mean, go listen to what Sean McDermott said about him at the Combine. The owners' meetings, I think, which it was, I believe. Like, he called him basically the Terrell Bernard of the secondary. He sets everything. He's very, very important for what they do. Now, I do think the knock can be that he's had some injuries, no doubt about that. Could you improve or get better? Sure. I I don't doubt that. I'm not telling you the talent wouldn't be. That's correct, Jeremy. But think about how they've acted at that position ever since Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane have been here. They don't just put young guys in there who they think can walk in and play. Maybe Cole Bishop could have gotten there last year, right? I'll give you that because, the injury, who knows what happened. But even Mike Edwards, who's been in the league for several years, signs he had some injuries, he couldn't get on the field. That's why DeMar Hamlin winds up starting. That's why DeMar Hamlin gets re-signed. That's why Cam Lewis has been here as a backup. That's why they get guys like Dean Marlowe to come in here and play. Look, I always say, go ahead.
I just want to jump in on the point. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like the defensive line. That sounds like, we don't need to invest a lot there. We don't need to invest. And then they sign a guy for $2 million and it doesn't work. And they sign a guy and they have to go and limp back to DeMar Hamlin, who they don't want to play in that spot because Mike Edwards couldn't make the team. And they draft a guy, Bishop. I just feel like looking back on their history of that position is kind of tough because for 7 years they had answers and they never had to think about it. And now for the first time...
Here's the difference, Jeremy.
Okay.
Here's the difference. They actually have to play the defensive tackle. They have a rotation. I'm saying, where's this guy playing? You're saying he's going to play over Taylor Rapp. I'm telling you, I don't think they want to take Taylor Rapp off the field. And then where's the other spot? Are you going to put him over Cole Bishop? The defensive tackle is going to play. He's in a rotation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is the safety going to play? Because if he is, somebody's coming off the field.
I almost feel like the more likely avenue to playing time for everybody if they did this, we've had this discussion with Nick Emenwari, Sal. You just change, though, who would be the guy here. If Starks is being described as an elite processor and the Bills think that's a guy that maybe could pick up our system quicker than most young guys, Bishop suddenly becomes what we've been talking about for Emenwari, which is we'll get creative, chess piece, he's 6'3", and he had the 9.8 RAS score. Now we're going to start moving him down in the box. We're going to move him around the field, and I think it would be more.
And then who comes off the field again?
No, I'm saying those three would be on the field at the same time in different packages.
I know.
And then Bishop would be rotation.
I know. So what I'm saying is, in those packages, you're taking Taron Johnson off, right? You're taking Matt Milano off. There's still somebody who has to come off the field.
What do they normally do when they put an extra safety out there? When it was Poyer or Cam Lewis?
Would be. Yeah. And then you would, and then one of those guys becomes a very, very a part-time player, I guess, right? And you do that.
If we could play this game, I mean, we're talking about Tre'Davious White's contract. I just want to make a little connection here. Tre'Davious White signed, and his money was how much guaranteed? And his cap hit was what?
It was 3, right?
Okay, 3. Taylor Rapp's cap hit is 3.6. Like, Rapp is not a highly invested in player. The idea they could go over the top of Taylor Rapp, to me, this is not a $10 million safety or a $7 million safety. He signed a 3-year, $10 million deal, which is like a nice depth piece. And to have depth, the thing about having good depth is that you draft players over top of it. Anyway, Sal, the reason I get to Starks, it's not exactly like my number one favorite idea, but you've probably seen a lot of these mock drafts have moved that way, that Starks could be a pick for the Bills. And
I just don't think those people who've done it, Jeremy, are actually understanding what the Bills like and guys that they have and what they do.
Well, that's
what I think.
I get that. What they might think is this guy's awesome, and who the heck is Taylor Rapp? Which I think is defendable from the outside. He's a safety that makes 3.6. I know that. No, I know. So I'm just saying, from the outside, if people from the outside are saying you might want a safety because I look back there and I think your coverage is not great, and this guy could be the guy that does it for you. Like I said, I don't know that's my number one idea. I would get there because it would mean drafting over the top of a starter, a modest starter, to me says that you really do love a player. Whereas defensive tackle is an easy, it's a wide open need. So that's all.
It is very okay. Let me say this. It is very possible that happens. If you love a guy that much, there's no doubt. It doesn't matter who else you have. You love a guy, he's going to play for you. We'll figure it out later. We can make Taylor Rapp the third safety as he was with Micah and Jordan. There's no doubt. Maybe they don't feel that way about Cole Bishop. When I come on here, when I come on your show or anybody else's show, I think it's more important for me to tell everybody what I think the Bills are going to do and how they think than it is for what Sal Capaccio thinks, because it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. And if the Bills are wrong, obviously it matters, and they pay. And I'm telling you here, I don't care about the money for Taylor Rapp. In fact, I do actually, in a way. He's on a team-friendly deal for 2 more years. I'm telling you, I think they think he is a guy that they need on the field. That's what I think. The way that they operate. It's not just about the history, it's that. And I think that they believed Cole Bishop as a second-round pick is a pretty high asset they use. Now, The ironic part about all this, guys, is to me, maybe Cole Bishop's the guy that they would say maybe he's not what we thought he'd be, not Taylor Rapp. That being said, that's why I say I just don't see it from a Bills standpoint. I think I have a good handle on how they think. I would be really surprised if they did that. I think Malachi Starks is an excellent player. I think Emin Wari is an amazing player. He really is, with all those traits. I just think that the Buffalo Bills, based on everything that I know how they operate and think that they've said, I would be very surprised from their standpoint if they were thinking the same way.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio with us. It's not my favorite idea either, and I'm less thinking that they would do that even than, like, especially these mockers, Sal. The thing for me is about, like, he reads like Micah Hyde to me. And that's the thing that I can't get out of my head. Like the processing and the ball, hawking around in the defense, his ability to play nickel. But like for you, I think you're probably right. The more likely outcome is this is going to be their safety room. Maybe there's one other guy that's mixed in there. And
they did also bring in Derek Forrest.
Right.
And I know that he doesn't have a big body of work. But this is the typical kind of thing they do. They bring in guys who've been in the league for 4 years, who know systems, who understand, and they can play. And that's just how they've done it. When Micah and Jordan were signed, they were 4-year players in the NFL.
Yeah.
Before they actually came to Buffalo, right? I mean, they just don't normally do that. I think it would be such a departure from what they do, and given what they've said about Taylor Rapp, how they feel, and given that they had a second round, they used a second round pick on Cole Bishop. Okay, all of that said, I'm gonna tell you guys, I think they're gonna draft a safety. I just don't think it's in the first 3 rounds.
Right.
I think they will draft a safety because of everything you said about how they still kind of need a player like that.
I think what I'm really curious about tonight, this conversation and your mock about Tyleik Williams, is just what the Bills really want from their defense, what they want to do better defensively, and who they draft, what that could mean to that. Because I almost feel like maybe safety, as you're kind of describing, would be like a big departure from what they do. And maybe there are these, like if they draft a defensive tackle, that might be like a little departure from what they do. We can debate that. But whatever they draft, I'm going to be really trying to pick apart, like, okay, what did they want to be better at? If they drafted a safety, we'd have to really reset and think, okay, what do they want to be? Do they want more man coverage options when a safety's got a kick down to cover a receiver? If they draft a tackle, do they want to keep those linebackers cleaner than they've been and be more well-versed to that guy playing on third down defense coming up? And even that could be corner too, couldn't it, a little bit, right? If they draft the second corner, we haven't really seen this team with 2 great young dynamic corners at the same exact time. Almost feels like anything but edge rusher, right? Because edge rusher they've done a million times, and I feel like that would just be, they just keep taking the same swing.
And don't we think edge rusher is in the mix? And
that's what I really think.
But that's another one where somebody's coming off the field a lot, and you're rotating an awful lot.
I think Joey Bosa is going to be on like a little load management, right? I think that first of all. And I do think you have to have, we have to think, if you're going to be up and, Josh Allen, you're winning games, you might want a guy that you can come in that spot. You don't have to have him as a 3-down player right away in his career, and he can develop more of his game, and you can still use him as a pass rusher, right? So I agree. Someone's calling the field like, maybe I'm making too much about that point. I just think in the secondary at safety, it's just hard. Like, this is what happens every time. Right away, this just so everybody knows. So we had somebody listening who tweeted in, Bakes. He said, Jeremy, you're spot on. Sal thinks Taylor Rapp is the savior. That is not what I'm saying at all. Please understand. I don't think that.
Right.
What I'm telling you is what I think the Bills think about their safeties.
So you're making me want them to draft a safety now, though, because I think this has been a good discussion. And I feel like if they draft a defensive tackle, it's like, all right, that makes sense. Like, fills in. We know the role is open where, like, remember when they drafted Kincaid? Like, the conversations after about how they're going to use them and how this changes things and personnel packages. I don't think they're going to draft a safety. This came up actually the other day, Sal, when there was that Schefter post about the Bills and a linebacker. And my first reaction is, how in the world are you going to make that happen?
Yeah.
If they were to do something like that, I just don't even know. We'd be trying to figure out how to explain it after something like that.
Yeah, I get it. Again, that's why it's always tough, right? I mean, like, I'm not here to tell you. I'm telling you what I think the Buffalo Bills think about their team and how they'll go about this draft. I don't disagree. Malachi Starks is an excellent player. He played in an excellent program, has the pedigree, comes in. He could probably be a day one starter on most teams, even the Buffalo Bills. I just think the Bills don't like to do things like that, and they believe in the guys they have and the assets they've spent on them and the way that the team looks right now. We could debate all day if that's a good decision or a bad decision. My job, I think, is to bring you what I think the Bills are going to do. That would be a surprise to me. It's the same thing I say about wide receiver, guys. We haven't even talked about that, but I'll say we have this discussion about receiver all the time. I'm not here to tell you that wide receiver isn't a bad idea and they can't add to the room. That's fine. They could do that. They could. But I just don't think the Bills are going to do that.
Sure.
They have the league MVP for everybody eats in the way that they operated last year.
Everybody eats. You see what Keon Coleman said in a podcast recently?
I did not.
We're going to play that. It's nothing bad. Nothing bad. No, it's not. It's just he was talking about right before his injury. He caught had a couple of big games, and he said something effective. I feel like I'm about to get fed, and he was thinking about 1,000 yards, and I loved it. I loved hearing it. Like he was starting to gain that confidence and get there, and then the injury happened, and he talked about how the offense kind of changed when he was out. We're gonna play some of that later on. Anyway, it was good stuff from Keon. I thought it was encouraging. Sal, thank you. Good chat. It's draft day. Enjoy.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Enjoy it.
All right. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. He mentions receiver. To me, that's like the same point here. Let's say this is a out there comparison, but I can't draft Matthew Golden because I have Josh Palmer. Like that's not what I want to do here. BPA is often a thing we say, well, your needs are going to change year over year. And if they think Starks would be a great fit, an amazing difference maker, like I'm not letting Taylor Rapp get in the way of that. They might. That's Sal's point. They might like Rapp enough.
Right.
Objective.
Right, because the difference there is a receiver, if you can still like Coleman and play him.
Yes.
Because that's more rotation.
And
safety, you can like I kind of described, you can work to make that more rotational, but in essence, that's not a rotational position.
And money does matter to me. Like Bosa, what did he sign for? Good money.
Yeah, for 1 year. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're expecting him to play. Rapp on a 3-year deal at 3.6. I mean, the Bills, again, not going after Sal here, they can tell me how much they love a guy all they want to. I've watched them draft right over the top of players that they said they loved before, and they'll do it again. Good franchises are going to tell you they love their players and then draft over top of them. So I don't exactly know that Starks will happen, but I'm just kind of preparing to land there. Thinking about it, it's almost like a mock reaction. If this happened, here's what I would say about it. You drafted over top of a guy that you like. That means this draft pick you must love.
I guarantee you, though, that if you might be right, that it could end up being more about Rapp at the end. If they draft Malachi Starks tonight, the immediate reaction from everybody is going to be they're drafting him over Cole Bishop.
But they're different players. He fits in better for Rapp. All right, we got to get to a break.
Yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
draft day. 8 o'clock tonight for the start of round 1, where the Titans are fully expected to take Cam Ward, first overall quarterback out of Miami. The Bills will draft 30th, unless there's a trade, which there still has not been any trades from the first round picks yet. The Bills picking 30th. That'll be later in the night, probably in the 11 o'clock hour. See how the night goes. We'll be at Resurgence Draft Party. You can still buy tickets for that tonight. $45. Well drinks, beer, pizza. Come hang out. The Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Montreal falling to Washington. They're down 2-0 in that series. Dallas beats the Avalanche in overtime. Tyler Seguin scoring, so Dallas leads 2-1. And the Kings score 6 again on Edmonton to take a 2-0 series lead for themselves. Rockets over Warriors. Cavaliers over Heat. Celtics over Magic last night in the NBA playoffs. Boston and Cleveland up 2-0. And then the Warriors-Rocket series is tied 1-1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
That sounds like, oh, we don't need to invest a lot there. We don't need to invest. And then they sign a guy for $2 million and it doesn't work. And they sign a guy and they have to go and limp back to DeMar Hamlin, who they don't want to play in that spot because Mike Edwards couldn't make the team. And they draft a guy, Bishop. I just feel like looking back on their history of that position is kind of tough because for 7 years they had answers and they never had to think about it. And now for the first time.
Here's the difference, Jeremy.
Okay.
Here's the difference. They actually have to play the defensive tackle. They have a rotation. I'm saying, where's this guy playing? You're saying he's going to go play over Taylor Rapp. I'm telling you, I don't think they want to take Taylor Rapp off the field. And then where's the other spot? Are you going to put him over Cole Bishop?
Spicy segment. Good stuff with Sal. It's draft day. You can tell. Everyone's like a little bit like, yeah. I didn't really think too much about safety. I dismissed safety for a while. Until right now, like all these mocks are going Malachi Starks. Again, it doesn't have to mean anything, but I'm kind of preparing myself. Like if that's the pick, what's the defense? And I've gotten myself to a good defense of it, which would be, yeah, we drafted over top of another starter because we want great players. And they draft the defensive tackle, of course, Joe. That guy could be a great player, and that could be why they draft him. He doesn't have to beat anybody out. That's just an easy, like, all right, they drafted the best defensive tackle on their board. So it's more about what it would say if they drafted a safety. What it would really say about what they want to do, which is we just need great players. And I don't think Taylor Rapp stands in the way of a great player. So that's all. It's an extension of trying to read their board without ever seeing it. And we'll get to a call here in a minute, 803-0550. Because if they drafted a tackle, we'd say, what are you doing? Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are both awesome, and they're going to play. If they drafted a tight end in the first round, what are you doing? That position is full.
Yep.
I don't think safety falls in that box of what are you doing? You already have safeties.
Yeah. And I think it would say a lot about the player, which, like, Daniel Jeremiah just had a tweet about how, like, the draft's all about fit and teams can have their needs on depth charts, but, like, I think how much does a guy fit what a team does? And that is kind of why Starks is intriguing to me. He just seems like the type of safety that is exactly what they like in a safety. At least if you go historically, which, again, there really isn't a lot of historical decision-making by the Bills at safety because they never had to make a decision at safety. They had two guys that they signed the day they walked in, and then they never had to think about it again until 2 years ago.
Yep.
So,
and what did they do? They played it low and cheap, and it was bad.
They did.
And it was brutal.
Right. But what Starks presents for them, just the way McDermott runs his defense and the kind of the way they've played with zone coverage and the way they've used their safeties, Starks just looks like a guy that I wouldn't be surprised if they looked at him and went, man, that's the perfect type of safety for our defense. Now, we almost got into this a little bit at the end. Like, would it be Bishop? Would it be Rapp? It could be both. It could just be all three of them. The reason why I think more about Bishop for this is because, again, like, I don't know what they want out of Bishop, what they like out of Bishop. I mean, I think that what they like is the idea that he's a better athlete than they've ever had at safety, right? Better safety, bigger, maybe even a little bit faster than some of the guys they've had. But it's kind of the Kincaid piece too. Do you know what to do with him? Do you know how to use him? Do you want to be different and creative with him? Because like Rapp flies around the field.
Yeah.
Like he throws his body around. He's trying for big hits. To me, like he's more of your Poyer. And to me, if you bring Starks in, I'm like, well, they're trying to recreate. Well, I don't think Rapp is nearly as good as Poyer ever was or ever will be. But the styles of the two players, I feel like, would be more equivalent for what they've had if it were Starks and Rapp. And then I'm using Bishop as this chess piece all around the board.
8030550, some calls on this. Then I'm going to get to the list of, I'm thinking about this, the list of players you would confidently say, well, they can't draft a guy over top of that. Like this Rapp conversation. Dave in Buffalo. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Good morning to you. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
When I try to think about this, when I know whatever I think, I'm probably going to be wrong about it. But what does a headline look like the day after the draft? And I think the headline's going to be that Bean walked in with 10 picks and knew that he was going to cut at least 4 and maybe as many as 6 of these guys. And if they cut somebody, it's basically a wasted pick for the Bills. So I would see them actually cutting 4 guys, maybe 6 guys, or actually take those draft spots and then roll them all together and try to move up into the 3rd round. In fact, it wouldn't shock me if they ended up with picking 2 guys in the 3rd round because they rolled together a bunch of their 4s and 5s and things that they have. So I think that in the end, I mean, we're all very good at playing checkers with this, but Bean is playing chess. And there's a whole big thing going on. It's going to be an interesting draft to watch because of that.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's any different chess than we're playing. Like, we could all make those trades too. The Bills and their total draft capital, right? Like, what do all their 4ths get? Their 2 4ths amount to the 96th pick. So they could dump those 2 and move into the 3rd. And could they take their 3 5ths and move into the 4th? Sure. And they could try that. They need teams that want to do that. You need to find maybe teams that don't have capital. You're doing this in your own fantasy leagues maybe right now. Like, I've got a bunch of picks. Let me look and see who doesn't have picks and who might want some. That's who to call. So he mentioned they're monitoring teams in front of them, behind them. The headline after tonight, we'll see. The headline after the weekend will be different. Did they make 10 picks? Did they make 8 picks? It'll be fun to find out.
What would the over-under be?
7.5? I was just about to say 7.5.
When you would take the
I mean, I'd bet the
under?
I'd bet the under. I bet they come out with 7 players. That's what I'd bet. Oh, I mean, 8, whatever. It's tough.
It's why that would be the right line because that would be a tough.
It's a good number.
Decision.
8030550 1-888-550-2550. It's Malachi Starks Day. I kind of didn't plan for this, but again, the whole idea is find me the best players, and I'm not letting a safety, a modest safety, get in the way of that. I would say the same thing about defensive tackle. If they had a $3 million, or if Jordan Phillips is here again, or it's a bad example, but Daquan Jones, or I'm just not worried.
If they had signed, well, they did sign Ogunjobi, right?
Right. Don't do that. You've got Ogunjobi.
What if they had signed the equivalent of Ogunjobi, but as a 1 technique? They have their 330-pound guy. They paid him 1 year, $6 million. Yeah.
8030550. 1-888-550-2550. Let's find great players. Tonight's night 1. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. One fun thing, Josh Allen, John Rahm, Phil Mickelson, and who was the fourth in this group?
Grant Horvat?
Yes, on YouTube.
Yeah.
Played a golf round, and Josh pulled a pretty good prank on the other team, changing their rangefinder to meters from yards.
Yes, and they went... How long do you think it would take you to realize?
One shot.
One shot?
Yes.
Okay, it took them 2 holes.
That's incredible to me.
Yeah. So this is how...
Maybe 2 shots if I'm...
They should have known on the first shot.
If I've never played the course before, I guess it's...
So I watched a lot of this stream, and so Josh runs over and he changes it to meters. And him and Rom are laughing about it. So then these two hit their shots, and they both just assumed they didn't hit good contact.
Yeah.
And they were in the bunker short on the right. So then the next hole, I don't think it was a short par 4, so they went driver and then like a chip. So they didn't really have to
shoot it.
They didn't have to shoot it. So then the next hole after that is when they finally figure out, wait a minute, this says 180, but I don't even remember how it was.
If it's 150, it's actually 164.
Right.
So
but they hit 2 shots, 2 holes before in a match where like it was tied. I mean, they're not playing like for like tons of money or anything. It's not like a real tournament. But imagine you were playing, in a match with your buddies and it's tied and somebody does that. I'd want to go back.
Yeah.
Like I should get to hit that shot again.
It's funny.
It was hilarious.
It's
though.
very funny.
It was very funny.
Good trick they played. You've hit how many golf shots in your life? I mean,
well, especially Mickelson.
That's what I mean.
Mickelson should have known.
You got fooled on that?
Second that it happened. Yeah, he did get fooled. Yeah.
803-0550.
Also, Mickelson wearing sunglasses in that stream when it was rainy and cloudy.
Not just that, wearing all white.
And all white.
It's like Darth Vader changed into the Stormtrooper outfit.
But really, have you seen... I have not seen Phil Mickelson without sunglasses in like 7 years.
I haven't seen him not wearing black since he went to live. He just wears black on black on black, and he was wearing white in this video.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Ellen on golf streams, by the way, must see. It is really funny.
803-0550. We have a little more on James Cook. There's the latest in the saga. His brother tweeted something yesterday. We'll get to that. Also want to get you some clips of this Keon Coleman interview in a podcast. He was a guest and had some good stuff, some encouraging stuff from him, explaining a little bit of what happened and his own taking accountability on his role in what happens from here. It was good stuff. So we'll get you some of that. It is draft day. You can join us, 803-0550 on WGR.
Draft day, round 1 tonight, 8 o'clock. We'll have coverage throughout the morning and the afternoon, and tonight on WGR we'll carry it. Bills will draft at 30, which probably will come later in the 11 o'clock hour. You can come hang out with us, too, at Resurgence Brewing tonight. Tickets are still available, $45. Gets you in, watch the draft with us, pizza, drinks, drinks, and beer. So come hang out. Tonight, also, more Stanley Cup playoff action. Last night, the Capitals beat the Canadiens 3-1. They're up 2-0 in the series. Tyler Seguin scoring in overtime. Dallas over Colorado to take a 2-1 series lead. And the Oilers are down 2-0. They've given up 6 goals in each of games 1 and 2 to the Kings. LA up in that one. In the NBA playoffs last night, the Warriors lose Jimmy Butler to injury and lose Game 2 to the Rockets. Cavaliers over the Heat, Celtics over the Magic. Both of those teams are up 2-0 in their series. Tonight's action in both leagues: Lightning Panthers at 6:30, Leafs Senators at 7, Golden Knights and Wild at 9. And then on the NBA side, you have a couple of games. Knicks and Pistons, the highlight of them at 7. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy draft day. Beautiful outside. 77 expected to be the high. Good stuff. 56 right now. Nice today. A little bit of rain. It rained and it's over.
It rained a lot.
Hard. And then it's
it rained hard for like 5 minutes.
All right. Looks like it's over. That's good. Might rain a little tomorrow night. Hey, tonight we're at Resurgence. You can still get tickets, resurgencebrewing.com. We'll be there for the draft party tonight. Come on out. Be a good time. Tomorrow, we're going to be at Wayland for rounds 2 and 3. You can join us for that at Wayland Brewing. So tomorrow, it's an event out there at Wayland, North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. Join us, 7 to 10. Joe and I will both be there tomorrow night. Test your knowledge. Trivia, prizes, courtesy of Wayland, plus a special team menu. Don't miss the party. Visit WGR550.com for details. So tonight, Resurgence. See you there. Tomorrow, Wayland. See you there. Let's get some Bills players drafted. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. To give us a ring, dial us up about the draft. We talked a lot this morning about the idea of drafting a safety if the Bills do that, just because there have been a bunch of mocks that have kind of leaned that way. Peter Schrager, Dane Brugler, some NFL insiders having the Bills go safety in the first round. Malachi Starks, which we think is possible. I don't know if it's the favorite, but it's possible, depending on how the board falls. Defensive tackle is going to be in the mix, of course. Corner, edge. Mm-hmm. We think a defensive player with the number 1 pick for sure, though. I mean, I think you're putting odds on it. What would you say, like 3-1, 5-1?
More than that, even. I might say 10-1.
10-1, it's an offensive player, and 9 out of every 10 bets would ever be defensive player?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, receiver, if the right guy were to fall, maybe there's somebody they would have there. They have 12 first-round grades.
Yeah.
And this is the point about Starks that I would get to. Let's say the Bills are up at 30, and they have a first-round grade on Starks. Mm-hmm. And they don't have any defensive tackle first-round grades left. What should they take?
They should take... Wait, one more time. There's the receiver...
Starks, first-round grade.
Yeah.
He's on the board. All the defensive tackles left, second-round grades.
Yeah, they should take Starks. I think they would even want to tell you that's how they operate, right? Like, we had this discussion more about when we were talking about receiver over the last couple of years. You know, it was the need versus the board versus the grades. What's been sold is that, well, you don't draft just for need. You draft your highest guys are your top available players. And we know that that's not 100% true. We know that they also draft for need, that there is a balance between the two. Everybody knows that. But in a situation like that, right, like, I've got 1 first-round grade left, and okay, sure, I don't have as clear of a need or clear of a hole in the depth chart at that position, but it still is manageable that I can make everything work with that player on my team versus, I have this other position where there isn't a guy there that makes sense, but that's where my big need is. The way the Bills have talked and the way most NFL teams talk is they would want to tell you we're not going to take the defensive tackle in that situation. That, no, we're not going to draft the guy that's lower on our board because that's our hole in the depth chart.
That happens probably all the time, though, right?
That's the thing. I do think that probably does happen. It probably happened with probably happened with Kyrie Elam.
Right. I always want to say, like, every one of these conversations about what, and Bean spoke to this week. Well, they must have thought this and they must have thought that, and we never see their boards, so we can still only guess. Mm-hmm. Look at the case of Worthy. I mean, I was guilty of it last year, saying that Worthy. Oh, they must not have liked Worthy. Turns out, some people in that office liked Worthy quite a bit, but the conversation went this way, that way. I mean, the way Bean talked about their process. He said it's not a Brandon Bean pick, it's the Buffalo Bills pick. It's our scouting pick. Bean really might have wanted Worthy and been overruled. I want to trade down. We don't know. We never can know.
Right, if 8 out of 10 in the room were I'm not into it.
Let's push down the board. We want to get in that third round. We got an offer here. Let's go for it. Mm-hmm. Bean, he's the one. The buck stops here. The picks go on his name. The decisions go on his name, on his resume. We don't really know what he would have wanted to do there, or who it was that would have said this player over this player, or let's trade down. No, let's stick and pick. The Bills might get at 30 and have half the room pounding the table for player X, and the other half saying we got a good offer. Let's slide. Mm-hmm. Let's risk it. Slide down 5 spots. I mean, these teams. And this is not just the Bills. These teams love to represent their in lockstep. We really have how many examples of a team, their inner war room, having such a dispute that it's obvious. It's Tennessee. You just traded A.J. Brown.
Yes.
The coach was so mad.
He got up and walked away, shaking his head. He was mad.
That stuff probably happens every year to 5 teams where the coach and the GM, they disagree. All right, we're on the same team, but I don't think it.
What was there was another one. Remember was Tom Donahoe with the Eagles? And Howie Roseman made a pick. This is all, I think, though, during the COVID drafts where you had the Zoom calls of their locker rooms. Remember that?
Yep.
There was a video of Donahoe being mad about them picking. Here it is. He did not seem to agree on video with Roseman's pick of Milton Williams.
Oh. Well, no, it looks like Howie Roseman had the right call there.
There's a video of him, like, it's an awkward moment where you can, like, they're pointing at each other. So, and those were 2 higher ups. It's the GM and then one of his probably higher ups, I'm assuming, in the front office.
Yeah.
So, sure, that happens. But, like, well, we think it's Bean's final decision, right? Like,
if he says
there's a clip in the Moneyball movie about, like, the old scout sitting there, like, all we can do is give him what our advice is, and then he makes the final call. But
he flat out
there's Sean
said
McDermott.
He distanced himself from his own picks 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. The clip was, it's not a Brandon Bean board. It's not whatever. It's not a Brandon Bean pick. It's a Bills pick.
And it is also, like, what does his coach want? What does his coach want? What does McDermott want? And how do they approach that pick? How does he approach that pick? Because I'm sure McDermott doesn't know every little intricacy of all these prospects. I mean, that's what the Bean guys are there for. But I mean, he's in those rooms. He's probably getting reports and studying it more. I mean, we're doing that. He's probably doing that times 100 in these recent days. And how has he approached this offseason? Because if I were him, I know how it would be me. I would be obsessed with what happened to Kansas City and studying these. How am I going to limit that freaking team? How am I going to do it? And what were the weaknesses in my defense that they exposed and they figured out ways to expose? And what do I want to add to my defense? Maybe something that I haven't had before that I think is going to work in that matchup and then just on the overall. And if McDermott, if I have this right, if McDermott has a thing that he thinks is really going to help him, just on the overall, but even that matchup could be either one. And he goes to Bean and he goes to the Bills front office. He's like, guys, it could be whoever. It could be Starks. It could be James Pierce. It could be the linebacker. Like, if I had a guy like that skill set, what do you think of this guy? Because if he is this good, I think I can make something out of this. That's a piece I haven't had before.
Being said, what they do is
that could be the defensive tackle too, by the way.
They give McDermott targets. Like, hey, take a look at these guys. This is who our staff really likes. I mean, McDermott might have some ideas on players he's seen a little bit, but, hey, send this group of players to the head coach. See what he thinks.
Yep.
803-0550, Mark in Coconut Creek. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I hear what you're saying about safety. I hadn't even considered that until I sort of looked at between Rapp and Bishop. I think last year they only had 2 interceptions. That seems hard to believe. And, if we can't get a a stud defensive lineman, which I feel like it's going to be gone by number 30. I think if a good safety comes our way, I think it'd be worth a pick. I feel like Rapp's a little injury prone and are not much depth out there. So I don't know. I feel like it'd be great if we could make a big blockbuster trade and shake up the draft, but I don't see that happening. And good show. Love listening to you guys. I'm looking forward to September.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah,
I've kind of flipped myself to safety this morning. Just not even really. Again, I'm not about to be mad if they don't do it. I don't think anything can make me mad outside of running back or tight end or tackle. Almost nothing else.
I think I'd be mad at linebacker.
Yeah, okay, that too.
I think
sure.
I'd be mad at linebacker.
It wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
but
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm flipping on safety. I'm holding on it. Like it is. But I've always kind of thought it is defendable.
Well,
it's defendable.
Sure.
If it's the right player, it is defendable.
And the whole concept for me is it's less about the position. I would have this conversation about receiver. I would have this conversation about tackle. If they had a right tackle that was just okay, it was not like Spencer Brown before he finally locked in.
Yeah, we talked about tackle.
Right. And like Sal makes a great point about the Bills' belief in their own players. Their belief in Brown, we probably started the waiver on Brown. Like, I don't know, there's a back injury.
Yep.
And then what happens? They extend him as he starts to come into his own, and then bang, he's just like a stud now.
And their actions did match their words were it was the back injury, he didn't have a full offseason, like we think that it's in there, and he didn't get the work in that he wanted, and then they didn't act on it.
And they were right.
Like they never made any move to they didn't really bring in competition for him.
Yep.
Right?
And they were right on that.
And they were right.
They were right.
Yes.
So they might be right on the safeties, they might be right on Cole Bishop, they might be right on Taylor Rapp and Keon Coleman. They're probably not going to be right on everything. So to me, the concept of what would a safety mean, it would be my best indication that they loved a guy. Where I don't know that I would feel the same way at defensive tackle. They definitely would love the guy, but
isn't that what they would say the second, like tonight in a press conference? Wouldn't they come out saying that too? Like, hey, like this, we have Rapp under contract. We just drafted Cole Bishop. Like, we love these guys too. This is more about we just love this player.
And they drafted Dalton Kincaid to take away snaps from Dawson Knox, who they love.
Right.
So, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550, our phone number.
Schefter tweeting out in the last minute that the Broncos have been fielding trade calls in recent days from teams interested in moving up to 20, and that, of course, is one pick ahead of Pittsburgh at 21. That, to me, is the quarterback spot. That's the quarterback trade. If you are Cleveland or you are the Giants and you want a guy, who do you want to jump in front of in the 20s?
Ahead of Pittsburgh?
It's Pittsburgh.
I do think Jalen Milrose is as good an idea as any for late first-round picks.
Did you see Brett Coleman's tweet on that yesterday?
Yes.
He had a good couple of tweets in a row. The first was...
Bills fans, you're going to like this tweet from Brett Coleman about Jalen Milroe, but you're going to like this.
Yeah, the first tweet is GMs would stop overdrafting average quarterbacks if they just watched 15 minutes of Josh Allen highlights before the first round started. Remind yourself what the aliens look like, and then honestly ask yourself if the player you are about to draft has any shot of going blow to blow with them. And then he followed up like a minute later, wait a minute, am I talking myself into Milroe? Jalen Milroe out of Alabama.
Traits.
Because it's traits, and he's an athlete, and he's super fast, and
he can throw it.
Yeah, he's got to clean up a lot.
Yep. 803-0550. All right. We've been teasing this for a bit. Let's get to Keon Coleman. So Keon Coleman is on the Carmelo Anthony podcast with Monica McNutt called 7 p.m. in Brooklyn. And they're talking to Coleman about his year and the injury and all this. And I think there's some stuff in here that's pretty cool. It's going to get to what the offense was, what the offense became, his mindset, a couple things about it. We got about a minute worth of clips here. All right, we're going to play you some sound from Coleman. We're going to pause it and talk about it as we go. But this is Keon Coleman with Carmelo Anthony, on the Carmelo Anthony podcast, 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, as they ask him about his year coming into the NFL and his injury.
When I got hurt, that was crazy. I just came off of 2 good games. I'm thinking I'm about to go fed the rest of the season. This was real achievable, you know. Got hurt, then ended up missing like an extra game, trying to recover. So I think the injury thing, and then bouncing back from that. Understanding, like, as a player, when you down, it's next man up. I play for a winning organization, so whatever's working, we're going to keep doing. Right. And whatever was working was the opposite of what we was doing when I was there. It was a little more vertical, doing different things, because I was involved. Now that I was hurt, we adapted a different level of the offense. And once I came back, I'm like, I understand I can't disrupt that to go back to me getting the ball, doing all that. So just adjusting to a lesser role on the back half of the season kind of was different. Kind of watching that transform, like I'm knowing how things work. Like you coming back, you gonna ease into that. You're not coming back just gonna get 15 balls your way. We winning.
Right.
Winning is the main thing. So that was different.
So a couple things in there. Mm-hmm. He sounds like a receiver, and I love this. You know, he said at 2 big games, I'm about to go fed. I'm gonna go crazy. He even also referenced feeling like he was bummed out to miss the Rams game, because what was the Rams game? Fireworks. Mm-hmm. Coleman is a player that we'll see what he can grow into and how he can be a big part of this offense. But everybody eats is wonderful. Coleman's a guy that said he's going to stay feed me. Mm-hmm. Do your job outside of that. When you come back and you're trying to get back in the offense, do what you got to do. You've got other jobs. But Coleman's there talking about how he's about to go off. I'm ready. Mm-hmm. I'm about to pop. So I like hearing that.
If he does, careful how you talk around here, I guess, right? Like, if he does and he becomes, these quarterbacks wearing an everybody eats hat,
Yep.
If Coleman, it would be interesting to see how all of that would go, and how if Coleman just popped. I do not expect that to happen at all. But if Coleman became like
1,400 yards.
Who's the last receiver that took like a big second-year jump? That used to happen more. It doesn't really a lot anymore. Usually the guys just played pretty well right away.
He played pretty well right away up until the injury.
Right. He was fine.
And how about that? He also says, when I came back, we were running a little bit of a different offense. That it was shorter. We weren't doing as much vertical stuff when I came back. So we were winning. And there's a little view into what he thinks about what happened. Not only did he get hurt and have to miss time, when I came back, the offense was a little different, and we weren't going to change it because it was winning.
Right. So if he goes up to like, well, I don't even know what the number would be. Just if he, what does he got to do though for that? He's got to learn how to run routes differently than he has. Like, he's got to be more, I think for him to be the type of player he's talking about there, where you can even say the words, feed me, he's just got to get open more. Simply put, you got to figure out how to do it. You got to be working every day with, like, whatever the Jordan Palmer equivalent is of wide receivers, of learning route technique and just, how to beat press coverage. Like, he's got tools, but he's got to get better at all that stuff. Or he'll be fine. Like, I think he could carve out a role for himself in this league, being a good player, doing the jump balls and the contested catches and a little bit of yak and blocking. But yeah, he's not a 1,000-yard receiver unless he gets better at getting open.
Part of what you hear from there is he wants to be a 1,000-yard receiver.
Right.
He wants to be a 1,400-yard receiver. So
yep. Sal talk. Does he sound like the type of guy where if he becomes that 1,000-yard, he's going to be a talker?
I think anybody that ends up being great, receivers get this all the time. Hey, I'm great. I'd like to be a part of this. I never have a problem with that. It doesn't seem to be a problem. If you're you're an incredible quarterback and your coordinator just calls handoffs all the time, you're like, what are we doing out here? Mm-hmm. I should be throwing the ball. If you're great, I give you that agency. I give you that license to say, throw me the ball.
He also would be a test of the whole ideology of, like, everybody eats, because not even just that. Like, the Bills wanting to pay a receiver, like, a big contract. If Coleman does what he says there, which is, all right, he's gonna figure it out. And he has 1,000 yards this year. And then however many touchdowns, and next year he builds on that again. And now we're past year 3, and he's done it. Like, he's become a number one receiver in the league. Maybe he's not the best receiver in football, but he has figured out a way to be T. Higgins. Then the Bills are really going to be tested. It's going to be, all right, Keon Coleman has done exactly what you drafted him to be, which is become a fully well-rounded, great wide receiver. But you've got this idea that, okay, but we want a series of players that all perform like that, and Shakir is a modest contract. But now I got this other guy, and he did it. He became a great player. Am I ready to write him a check for? What would that be in 3 years? $40 million, $35 million, or you want to walk away from it and say no, just replenish?
It's a good question.
We'll make that position more of a replaceable position than other teams in the league treat it. Because I don't believe that they wouldn't pay him. I think they would pay him.
Yeah, I don't believe it either.
If Keon Coleman became a 1,000-yard receiver like he's talking about there, I think the Bills will treat him as they'll treat him as such. They will throw him the ball all the time, and then they will pay him.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Keon Coleman. He's big season for him. Kincaid, too.
I would not draft either of these players in fantasy, though. I'm not expecting... I would expect Kincaid maybe to take the step more than I would Coleman. I think Coleman's just going to be a fine player for a while. That's my thought on him.
How about Cook? Like, what do you want in fantasy? You want Shakir, Cook, and Allen?
I wouldn't go Cook.
You don't want Cook. They're not going to use him up.
Not at his value. I think they will use him and he'll be fine. But a lot of his value, come on, we're all expecting the touchdown number to come down, right?
I mean, maybe
16.
His brother tweeted 20 million. Dalvin Cook tweeted 20 million. I mean, James Cook, he didn't go any further with this. This is where, what do you want to do about that? Dalvin Cook tweets 20 million. Someone in the office goes, hey, Brandon, see Dalvin? What? 20 million.
Well, listen.
Good, cool.
Again, like some of the inconsistencies that sometimes we treat this stuff with. Whose brother tweeted something that we all lost our minds about? Trayvon Diggs. Mm-hmm. And we took that to mean something. The Browns once took Odell Beckham's dad's words and flipped them around to trade him.
Yeah.
That one was really ridiculous. The Browns acted on Odell Beckham's dad saying mean things about the Browns.
And Baker.
And Baker, right. Beckham didn't say them, but his dad did, and they got him out of there. So
turns out it was the coach to blame anyway.
I don't want to care about it, and I hope the Bills don't care about his brother tweeting $20 million.
No, you definitely do not have to care about that.
You shouldn't care about it.
No. Dalvin Cook tweets about his brother, you should get $20 million. Okay.
And he will not get $20 million.
He will not get $20 million.
He will get
11?
12 and a half.
Okay. Oh, look at that. We came pretty close.
But not from the Bills. That's my guess. He'll get 12 and a half in a year from I was going to say Jaguars, but they might have their running back tonight.
I saw a highlight of the first player to hug Goodell.
I have some fun odds on the draft tonight, and one of them I think is that, yeah, on who the first player to hug Goodell will be. I mean,
Cam Ward?
Cam Ward, because he's there and he's the favorite, is easy, right? Mm-hmm. Because is he just going to... Doesn't everybody hug Goodell now?
Most of them.
It's most of them? There are guys that don't?
Was it Gerald McCoy was the first one to hug him?
He did. He started the whole thing. Yeah, some of these odds, some of the fun ones.
Don't forget, we get a lot of good stuff on draft night, whether it's someone at home, we're talking about the kitchen decor, or how they took the phone away from the girlfriend, or the dogs barking. There's a lot of... It's a very memeable night. We're going to get some new memes tonight.
Here's one. Will we see a player wear a cheese head? Because it's in Green Bay.
Possible. The Packers are said to be on the Pickens trade line. It's
okay.
Cowboys, Packers, a couple others. Could George Pickens be on the move?
Okay. Will a draftee recreate the Lambeau leap?
Good question.
What would that be, though? You would jump off the stage into the crowd? Oh, they're in the stadium, though, aren't they? So you could run off the stage and then go up. Which draft highlight will be shown first? Brett Favre in his bedroom or Aaron Rodgers waiting on draft day? Those will probably be pretty close together. Will Deion Sanders have sunglasses on his face?
Yes.
That's plus money.
Okay, I'll take yes.
Plus 110. Well, we can't bet this stuff. Will Travis Hunter be wearing a turtleneck? I don't know that one. Will an X account or Instagram account of a draftee be hacked tonight? That's plus 500 if you want in on that one. Will the number one overall pick cry? There's a lot of these.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550.
One more. There's who will be traded first during NFL draft. The co-favorites, not Trey Hendrickson. He's the second favorite. Jair Alexander and Mark Andrews are the co-favorites for the first player traded during the draft. Jalen Ramsey, Kirk Cousins, Dallas Goedert. There's a bunch of others listed after this.
Big night for fantasy. If you can dump some running backs on teams that are about to draft one in the first round, or buy low from someone that thinks that running back's about to get beaten out by Genty or Omari and Hampton, and then all of a sudden that team does not take it back. You're feeling good about it? Mm-hmm. 803-0550. When we return, we're going to talk with Joey Van Zumeren, who talks Missouri football, just to get a quick conversation in on Luther Burden. Could the Bills go receiver in the first round? Chris Trapasso has Burden as his 6th ranked player overall, I think. Is that right? 6th overall, wide receiver 2 behind Hunter. So Joey Van Zumeren is going to join us. He talks Missouri Tigers football. I'm just going to ask him a couple questions on Luther Burden to, just keep the wide receiver train alive. We still have it. It's still there. It's still there. Jeremy and Joe.
The choo-choo's a little further in the distance, though.
I hear the train coming.
It's low. No, it's not that loud. It's not that loud. It's a little lower than that. Yeah, there we go. Just it's out there. It still exists.
Yep. 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. We've got an event coming up tomorrow. You can join us tomorrow at Wayland for our Night 2 draft party. And in Wayland, whether it's tomorrow or any day this week, today'd be a great day to get to Wayland if you can, because the patio's open, Bocce League starting soon. At Wayland, you've got lots of space to sit, stand, enjoy the weather, go inside. Whether it's the beer, the food, Wayland has lots and lots to offer, and just some of the best stuff. Like, I recommend lots of the food options. They've got a special themed menu for tomorrow night's draft event that we're going to be at. So join us tomorrow. We'll be there tomorrow night from 7 to 10 for rounds 2 and 3, or head there today, tomorrow, any day really. Wayland on North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. The beer's great. Make sure you're trying the Super Deluxe or the Case Study. Those are the 2 favorites for me. They're always cycling in new beers, getting cool stuff, and when it comes to the food, top notch. The food has no business being as good as it is at Wayland. It's incredible. Get to Wayland Brewing and join us there tomorrow night. We'll be there tomorrow. Excited to get down there again. See you there tomorrow night. Wayland Brewing, where every sip is a celebration.
Tonight, round one of the NFL draft. Pick one expected to be Cam Ward to the Tennessee Titans. Gets rolling at 8 o'clock. The Bills will pick probably in the 11 o'clock hour unless they trade up. They are slated to pick 30th at the moment. There have been no trades in the first round. There are rumors. There's one about the Bears right now. Ben Devine, Bears insider, is tweeting about a tentative deal being in place for Chicago. So we'll get a lot of that throughout the day. Yesterday in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you had Washington beating Montreal to go up 2-0 in that series. Dallas winning in overtime to go up 2-1 on Colorado. The Kings go up 2-0 on the Oilers. They scored 6 goals for the second game in a row. In the NBA playoffs, the Warriors lose to Houston and lose Jimmy Butler to an injury in the first quarter, and he did not return. That could be huge for them. Cavaliers and Celtics both win last night, taking 2-0 series leads on the Heat and Magic. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Jeremy and Jonah. Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 Sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I don't know that it's necessarily dropped. I always am a little bit skeptical of that because teams have it different than the media might have them. I think he's going to go 20 to 35. Like he's going to be a late first round pick or go in the top of the second round. And I talk to Drink all the time. He loves him. He sells them, and he's talking to teams and selling to teams and sending out practice footage and all those things. So he's going to be a good player. I told him, I was like, there's receivers every year in the second round that end up being special players. Ladd McConkey was a great example last year. So I just tell the kid, be excited of where you go, not when you go.
It's Daniel Jeremiah talking about Luther Burden. We've talked a lot this morning about defensive line, a lot about safety. We're spending a lot on the defense, of course, but a few minutes here on Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden. Joining us on the Western Hotline to chat about it is Joey Van Zumeren, who talks and covers the Tigers for SI Now. Joey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for some time today.
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all having me on.
Tell us the Luther Burden story. What's the story here? Jeremiah pegs in between 20 and 35. It feels like a year ago I knew his name as a potential top 10 receiver. So what kind of player is Burden, and what has happened here?
Yeah, so, Burden was a guy that as soon as he committed to college, it was known like, all right, he's going to have 3 years here and then be a top pick in the NFL. And like you mentioned, around this time last year, before the 2023 or 2024 college football season, he was being talked about as a top 10 pick, widely considered. There was even a mock draft from Pro Football Focus that had him as the number 1 overall pick. So then this past season, Burden, at least stat-wise, took a fall. He only had one 100-yard game. He went from 1,200 yards to 600 yards. And so I definitely think that's something to consider, something to look into. But I think when you look into it, you see kind of the overall struggles this Missouri offense had. And to me, from watching every game of Luther Burden for these past 3 years, there was zero drop-off in the talent from 2023 to 2024. So there's plenty of potential there.
In terms of the type of receiver and where he lined up, the Bills have already a kind of a plethora of slot receivers, and I know Burden did that mostly. Does he seem like somebody to you, though, that has the ability to play different positions in the NFL?
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what I've been talking about with Burden. Just because he wasn't asked to do something at Missouri doesn't mean he can't do it at the NFL level. So he is a little bit smaller. He's 5'11", 206. Size-wise, just with those measurements, though, it looks a little bit bigger than he plays, and then just kind of what he looks like in person. So I do think he has the ability to be on that boundary wide receiver and not just in the slot. But I think with Buffalo and really any other teams in this late picks in the first round, it will be interesting to just watch kind of how that role changes for Burden compared to if he does go in the early second round. Because I think if he goes to, like the Titans at pick 35, the question is going to be having to hurry him along with the development of Cam Ward, getting him into the offense and having to really make him a wide receiver 1. But I think with a team like Buffalo, Philly, Los Angeles, it really is a real move that could move the needle for these teams to get over the hump in the playoffs. So, yeah, like you said, he mostly played slot in college, just a really dynamic receiver after the catch, and his main thing that he made his money off of.
Was there also something like for why he played so much in the slot at Missouri about how they run their offense or what else they maybe had at the position? There could be different reasons for that. I'm thinking of Neighbors played mostly slot at LSU because they had studs and it's just where they thought they'd get the most out of them.
No, I think so. 2022, Burden's first year there, he played on the boundary, so there's a little bit of tape to watch there, and that was because they had Dominic Lovett in the slot, and he ended up transferring to Georgia, so that opened up the slot for Burden. I think it was more so not like Neighbors, but more so where it just really fits his skill set really well. So, I mean, again, once he's able to get in space, it's just unbelievable what he's able to do with the ball in his hands. I mean, there's so many. His best situation is to be in a one-on-one situation with the defender and for him to have to create space out of nowhere. So I think that was more so just a decision of where's his skill set going to be best fit.
Joey Van Zumeren on the Missouri Tigers and on Luther Burden. On Burden, we've seen a little bit of what's the character. It is anonymous scout season and people telling you what they think. Any concerns there? Any sort of stuff regarding the off the field for Luther Burden, or on the field kind of character concerns?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say as far as that. I mean, I know for certain that, like you said, it is definitely a concern that scouts have. The one thing I could offer on that, I mean, I've interacted with Luther. And just from that interaction, it seems like a very genuine person. He hosted a youth football camp in his hometown of East St. Louis, which is a troubled area. So he's a role model for that area. And Eli Drinkwitz, Missouri's head coach, has only had good things to say about Luther Burden. And Eli Drinkwitz, for anybody that knows him, he is not a guy. If he is not really a fan of a guy, not really getting along with the player, he's not going to go out there and lie and say that he is. So I really take that for what it is. And, some of the character concerns, off-field concerns came from this idea that's building with NIL now of, these guys are just coming in, they're getting paid millions of dollars right away. For Burden, he handed Missouri an empty check or a blank check after his 2023 season, and he said to Coach Drinkwitz, pay me whatever you think is acceptable and whatever makes sense for our roster. So I think that speaks a lot to just his character and what he brings to a team as far as that.
All right. Well, Joey enjoyed the draft tonight, and
it's two Missouri guys mostly, right? It's Burden, and then Membo will go really way before the Bills will be on, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Membo should go in the top 10.
Yeah, offensive tackle.
All right. Thanks, Joey.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Joey Van Zumeren. Quick on Luther Burden there. Yeah, slot. It's funny, like slot versus outside. It's one of the things we always have to kind of measure for the Bills. It's Matt Harmon who had it on Burden, where he said slot, but like Neighbors played slot. Neighbors was heavy slot, and that was a thing that, well, can he do the rest of it? And can you play in the Z instead of the X? Mm-hmm. And the Bills have kind of shown us that those roles, I don't know, might be up for interpretation in different offenses too.
Right, Coleman
is not supposed to be an X, but he's an X.
Yeah, in this offense, he was an X. And that went, up and down.
Up and down.
There were moments.
It's one of the reasons I think they want a field stretcher is to kind of pull coverage away and give him a little bit more room, and Kincaid and Shakir, of course, I
mean, Neighbors is the prime example of it because he played mostly slot at LSU, and then he played basically exclusively on the outside with the Giants, and he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Best rookie receiver we've seen in years. And he played in a different alignment than he did almost entirely at LSU.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. It's draft day.
Love draft day. Top 10 sports day of the year?
It's no. It used to be when it was all on Saturday, but now it's first round. It's a lot of show. You said you had a Bears rumor or something?
Yeah, so Ben Devine tweets that the Bears have had, or that he's heard the Bears have a tentative agreement in place to trade with their pick. He doesn't say, though, whether they're going up or down. Ryan Poles, the GM, on Tuesday said this one is going to be a little wild, he also said. So I don't know. They pick, where do they pick in the first round? They are pick number 10. So, again, without knowing if they're going up or down, it's kind of tough to predict what that could be. But The over-under, we were talking about draft odds earlier. One of the bets that we cannot make is over-under 4.5 trades tonight in the first round.
Over.
Over?
Yes.
I mean, the Bears, this would be one of them.
Over.
Because so far we have 0.
I don't have any way to quantify this, but I just think this draft is one where the boards of the 32 teams are going to be so different and varied that you're going to have a bunch of teams say, we're at number 14. This guy's 6th on our board. Make a move to move up to 12.
That could make it harder, though, because you might not know. Well, no, I guess not. I was going to say, like, you might not know how high you have to go. The Bills could walk in tonight saying, like my guy, let's say they love James Pierce as much as Trapasso does. Like, they are obsessed with him. And they think, all right, if where do we have to get? Because they're doing their own mock drafts, right? And they're playing out this exercise. They have to act as these other teams, the people on their staff. So, all right, like, maybe we think he's going to go like 18th, 19th, 20th. So if we have to get him, we might have to go to 20, where Denver is, or 19. And then, San Francisco picked him at 11 because they loved him. And all it took was one team to love him that much, and nobody thinks it's ridiculous because this guy could have gone between 10th and 50th. So that might make it tougher to trade for. At least coming in with the idea of what to trade for. Also, trading up for the Bills, not that I think they're going up 10 spots, but if Denver is talking to teams that are coming up for a quarterback, you can't get in that ballgame.
Probably not. Those teams are going to pay more.
Right. They're paying a quarterback price, and you're not going to want to pay a quarterback price for someone who's not a quarterback.
803-0550. We have a guest at 9:30.
Yes.
Josie Altidore.
I'm excited.
He is partial owner of the Buffalo Bills.
We are talking to an owner of the Buffalo Bills today on the radio.
And he's announcing one of the 4th-round picks.
Yeah.
Josie Altidore, 9:30. So,
U.S. soccer.
Does he want to talk about Arsenal in the Champions League? You think? He's going to talk about Liverpool? Want to talk about Buffalo USL, Buffalo Pro Soccer?
I mean, I think all could be on the
And,
table.
of course, the Bills.
He's probably a fan of some Premier League team. He played for Sunderland, but they are no longer in the Premier League, so.
You see who's coming up? Leeds.
Leeds
is back.
They're like the U.S. affiliate team. Like they've got don't they have 3 Americans?
They were up
4
United
Americans.
States. They were up a couple years ago, and they're back.
They were, yeah.
803-0550. Josie Altidore, 9:30. How exciting! Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales. Riverfront. I'm going to have the pick of the week in a moment for you. But at Riverfront, you can have your own pick. Go to riverfrontautosales.com, click on Find My Car, and they will go to work for you at Riverfront. That's right. So if there's a vehicle you want, make, model, features, color, year, any of that, put as much information as you want in there, and they'll go to work to find that vehicle for you. You know exactly what you want. This is me. I kind of have an idea of what I want. You do your research, and then you have somebody go find the car for you. Have that be Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. When you go pre-owned, you save tens of thousands of dollars, and at Riverfront, you can save, and you can also get a warranty from them as well, on top of sometimes a factory warranty, because these vehicles are in such great shape. Late model, pre-owned vehicles. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront Auto Sales.
Flipping it up to LaFontaine. He gets tripped up, gets it to May, and over the line. Here's May going in on goal. He shoots. He scores! Mayday! 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 Brad May wins it in overtime. The Sabres bomb out onto the ice to Bob Brad May. Buffalo sweeps the Bruins.
All right, now I'm doing something. Have the Bills ever drafted a player on a night when the Sabres played?
Surely.
Because the draft...
Yeah, surely.
I only mean the Thursday night. Because that started in 2010.
Oh, then no.
It could have happened in 2010
I thought
or
you meant like
2011 or 12 if the Sabres had a playoff game on NHL draft night.
In 2011 or 12?
That's what I'm trying to look up right now. Like, what was the date of the 2010 draft? Anyway... Because, there's a world where the Bills are picking tonight, and we're all at the Sabres game hanging out for the playoffs.
If you find out what day that draft was on, I can tell you immediately what the Sabres were playing on. Because Sabres played on the 15th, 17th, 19th, 21st, 23rd, 26th.
The 2011 NFL draft...
This is 10, though, that I'm looking
was
at.
the 28th of 2011.
That might be too late.
Okay. Did it not play on the 28th?
The 28th, they played Game 7 on the 26th.
Okay, so 2012...
Wait, so what was the... That was the 2011 draft?
Yeah.
So was that Marcel Darius?
Yes.
The Bills drafted Marcel Darius more recently than
the next playoff game was a year before or a year after? So 2010 or 2012?
2010.
2010 NFL draft?
Yeah.
Was April 22nd.
That was in between games 4 and 5.
Against
the Bruins.
All right.
A double overtime loss and then a win in game 5. There was a double overtime game in that series?
That's the one... No, Shatan didn't score. Miller gave up a goal in double overtime in Boston, right?
It was Shatan.
Yeah, Shatan for the win in Boston.
In double overtime.
Tuukka Rask has an assist on that
So there you go.
goal.
It's Shatan in double overtime. The Bills take C.J. Spiller the next day.
This is our recent Sabres draft memories, by the way.
Sure.
Lineups
Time for the
with,
Riverfront Auto Sales pick of the week. And the pick of the week at Riverfront is a 2015 BMW Z4 S-Drive 28i Roadster. Drop the top, feel the power, sleek two-door hardtop convertible beauty with turbocharged performance, classic BMW luxury, and that sporty road-hugging feel. You'll fall in love at first drive. Hurry and test drive at Riverfront Auto Sales. This Z4 won't last long. 1379 Niagara Street. My pick of the week is Travis Hunter. I saw something about Hunter. One scout said he could get you 11 interceptions a year. That's how good he is. 11 interceptions a year. How many active NFLers have double-digit interceptions in a season?
In a season?
Yep.
Oh, man. 1?
2. It's 2.
One of them is the cowboy guy, right?
Trayvon Diggs.
It's not the other.
No,
Bland?
It's not Bland.
Who
Who
had
had
like 6 in a row?
Yeah, he had a bunch of pick sixes.
Pick sixes, that's right.
But single season leaders in interceptions.
Trayvon Diggs and did Surtain get there? Those guys don't get thrown at enough.
That's the thing. Like, if he's really this good, he won't get thrown at like that.
Well, that's the thing about Diggs is some people think he's actually not that great.
Right.
Which is why teams throw at him and he's boom or bust.
Double-digit interceptions in the NFL right now. Diggs did it once, Trayvon Diggs, and Xavier Howard did it in 2020.
Okay, I would have never guessed that.
And the next high of an active player, Kevin Byard had 8. He's safety, right? He's safety. Like the idea you're going to get 11 interceptions at a cornerback spot is just you shouldn't be counting on that. If you're that good, they don't throw it to you.
Hot take. If Kyer Elam had been playing every game since he was drafted, he would have a double-digit interception season.
That's a hot take. That is a hot take.
I mean, I'm not saying, but they would have been throwing at him.
Maybe.
Because he
boomer bust.
Wasn't very good.
8030550. Jeremy and Joe, it's draft day on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase. Accidents happen every day, and hopefully you're lucky enough to not be involved in one. But if you are, and they do happen, you don't want just anybody fixing your car. You want Clinton Collision. And it's anything from serious body damage, paint, glass repair, if you got a chip or a crack on your windshield. They've seen it all, and they do it right. They'll handle the insurance side for you, too. Get you a loaner car if you need it while your car is in the shop. Get your car back to looking brand new. So skip the stress. Go with the pros at Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo or online on their website at clintoncollision.com. Draft night tonight in the NFL. Bills are slated to pick 30th, which should come in the 11 o'clock hour unless they trade up. The Titans start things off at 8 o'clock and are fully expected to take Cam Ward first overall. Then the Browns and the Giants see what they do at 2 and 3. Most people expect that it'll be Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter in some order. To the Stanley Cup playoffs, which you also have action tonight. By the way, for the draft, we'll have coverage throughout the day here on WGR, and then Nate Geary, Derek Kramer will lead off with draft coverage tonight. Sal will be on hand at the Bills facility as well, and we'll be at Resurgence for our draft party, which you can still buy tickets to for $45. Drinks, pizza. Come hang out, watch the draft with us. Stanley Cup playoffs yesterday. The Canadiens drop another one to Washington. They're down 2-0 in their series. Dallas wins over Colorado to take a 2-1 series lead. Kings blow out the Oilers. They're up 2-0 in their series. In the NBA, Cavaliers over the Heat, Celtics over the Magic. They both take 2-0 series leads. And the Rockets even it up with Golden State. And the Warriors lost Jimmy Butler to an injury in the first quarter, and he did not return. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
With the 30th pick, the Buffalo Bills select.
Backs up on first down, is pressure, and slung down at the 5. The pass rush gets home. That's big Kenneth Grant.
Cook pumps, throws, Burton in space. That's where you want him to get the football, and he takes it to the house. Klubnik lets it go deep, and it is intercepted by the All-American Malachi Starks.
Play action for Ewers on 2nd and 10 to the end zone. Waiting for it and bringing it in is Matthew Golden.
Nussmeier given a lot of time. That's up for grabs and picked off. Trey Amos takes it right back.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy draft day. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I'm wearing my wide receiver trained golf polo. Not expecting a wide receiver to be drafted. I designed this shirt. I didn't just find a shirt with trains on it. I designed it. You want the full story?
Did you pick out the actual train image?
I did.
And then the colors, I'm assuming.
Yes.
What about like how detailed was this? Like the size of the trains?
Yes.
Okay.
Worked with a buddy of mine started a golf shirt company. And they'll be at Resurgence tonight when I get a look at this shirt. It's also got this. Check this out. See the little button here?
Oh, the train button.
It's a ball mark.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Need a ball mark?
Always lose my
magnets right in there to your button.
I have to have the magnet ball marker.
Well,
or else I will
now
lose
it's an accessory part of your shirt.
Yeah.
He showed me this idea. I was like, "That's actually brilliant."
That's a great idea.
Can I make a shirt with trains on it?
I think I like that better than the hat because usually there are hats where you could put the ball marker magnetized there. I think I'd rather have it on the button.
Yeah. Speaking of golf, you can get the Odyssey VIP golf card. It benefits PGA Hope. PGA Hope introduces and teaches golf to veterans and active duty military to enhance their physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being. So you can make a difference in purchasing the golf card, helping PGA Hope. It's a $129 purchase. You get $328 worth of stuff. 18 at Diamond Hawk, 18 at Shamrock Hills, 18 at Attica's 10th hole. Golf Dojo Indoor for an hour, Encore Vero X1 golf balls, Bobolink 18, Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse, $25 gift certificate, and 18 holes at Destroyer Park Golf. So all that to benefit PGA Hope, and it's $328 for $129. We will be heading out to Diamond Hawk for the first time. The four of us, big match tomorrow.
First time this year.
For the four of us?
Yeah. Well, at Diamond Hawk. Yeah,
That's right.
Great track. Very excited for that. Yeah.
I think
we have to decide a game. We have to decide what game we're playing.
I think we'll play 13.
Yeah, 13's a good one.
I would list on my all-time...
I don't think many people know 13, though.
We're about to educate people. On my all-time golf accomplishments, birdieing the 18th hole at Diamond Hawk is like top 5. Oh. It's like one of my top 5 achievements in 30 years of golfing is a birdie on that hole.
I don't even know if I have a par on that hole in my life.
It's a tough one.
I've played it a lot, yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely don't.
It was probably in a round where I shot like 98, but whatever.
Was it a birdie where like you chipped in, or like
no?
You just
it
played
was
the
a
hole well?
bomb drive and hit it to 12 feet and make a bendy putt.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, get the WGR VIP golf card. Go to getmyperks.com to do that. So 13, how do you play 13 before we get back to our draft conversation? I was introduced to 13 last summer, and then I started playing it all the time. Like I introduced you, and we played it all the time. 13 is a very simple game. The four of us will play with handicaps, and when a hole is over, you decide if you're going to keep that hole or you're going to exit out. And you keep 13 holes, and you X out your bad holes. But you have to decide right away. Right, you double bogey one, X, get it out of here. Bogey two, it's a hard hole. Fine, all right, I'm going to keep a bogey. What am I kicking out? And the fun of it is when you get late in the game, you've got 5 holes left and you only have 1 X.
You might have to cross out some good holes.
You double bogey number 14. All right, I'm going to exit. I'm going to ready for this? Bet on myself.
Yeah.
That I'm going to just play in from here, stroke play.
And not have a blow-up hole.
Exactly.
Right.
And not give this round away.
Yep.
Betting on yourself. Also known as just praying to God that things go right. So, yeah, maybe we'll play 13 tomorrow. Excited. We'll be talking about the draft. There'll be more rumors. We'll be talking about the Bills having traded up to number 2 for Travis Hunter. I can't wait. I'm just excited.
Or they haven't picked by then, which is also a possibility. Teams are gonna want that 5th-year option for their quarterback.
If they don't pick.
The Giants and the Browns, they would be dumb, almost in my opinion, to not give something. Even if they knew. Shadur Sanders is going to fall to us in the 2nd round. You still trade up.
5th-year option.
Yeah. Trade a 5th-round pick to move up 2 spots and get an extra year of contract control. That is super valuable. Because if the quarterback hits, you're going to want that in a big way. So the Bills picking at 30 to me is a ton of ideas of falling down. Hunter, by the way, too. Eric Gelko, Optimum Scouting. He runs, formerly Optimum Scouting, I think. He runs the, what does he run now? The Shrine Bowl. He's the director of football ops player personnel for the Shrine Bowl. And he tweeted in the last few minutes, many are finally coming around to Travis Hunter, that he will play and can play wide receiver and corner in the NFL. Otani Wembenyama level, rare, unique, culture change franchise, off and on the field. He is Myles Garrett, Calvin Johnson, the best non-quarterback prospects in the last 20 years. I read that and I thought, are the Titans making a mistake? Not picking him at number 1? If that's true, maybe they don't agree. But if that's true and this dude is all-time level prospect, he is rare and unique as it comes, and you're going to draft a quarterback that's a pretty good quarterback prospect, but he's not like a slam dunk.
Yeah.
He's not Andrew Luck.
He's pretty good. He's a decent prospect.
Should they be picking the non-quarterback?
You should never pick the non-quarterback.
Even in this instance, where it's this dude is once every 10 years.
All due respect to Brett Coleman, who I love and had a great point. Watch Josh Allen. If the quarterback isn't as good as that guy or you can't see him getting to that level, then don't pick him.
Right.
It's easy to say don't pick the quarterback, but reality is teams overdraft quarterbacks and then get lucky because the guy develops or catches whatever, gets all the right development steps. Isn't Allen that? Allen was no slam dunk. Allen was raw. He doesn't play well against big competition. His throwing motion needs work. His footwork is a mess. You get this guy, you're taking a chance. Sure, he's got a big arm, but there's not a lot of it was Dan Orlovsky. Now that it's draft day, let's revisit that draft day. I always tell the story. The number 1 person that scared me off of Josh Allen was not some analytics guy. It was Dan Orlovsky, who said he's not playing quarterback. He does a lot of things quarterbacks do. He doesn't really do a good job at playing quarterback. He doesn't see the hot read. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do. And I thought, I don't know, man. That's kind of scary for the Bills. So that's why Allen was scary to me. I remember the highlight. Look at this. This is quarterback 101. He doesn't see this. He's not doing this. This is a guy with all traits, doesn't know the position. Okay, I'm scared. And, when they drafted Allen, I was scared.
But to Coleman, like the aliens battling each other, back
He's
and forth.
He's talking traits.
Because that is Allen. The Allen pick is if we get him to learn all of that, and we get him to know how to play quarterback and play the position the right way, because of his arm and athleticism, he could be a freakazoid.
Right, but the truth
Cam Ward is probably going to be pretty good, but the idea that he's ever going to be a guy like that is probably not possible.
But there are going to be so many teams that fail doing that. Isn't that Anthony Richardson? Hey, look at the freakazoid.
Yeah.
It's already over.
But that can happen for even the guy that isn't like a freak. Like Kenny Pickett wasn't that.
No, that's right.
And he flamed out in 2 years, and they probably would have thought that's a safe, secure. What was said about Kenny Pickett? Oh, he's pro ready. He's pro ready. And they showed him in the NFL. Like, no, he's not good.
Yeah, they said that about Mac Jones, pro ready.
Yeah, and sometimes the pro ready guy is just as likely to fail as the guy with the traits.
Right. Well, that's part of my point. It's easy to say you shouldn't take the quarterback. Like, well, what should I do? Like, I have to field the team here. I need a young quarterback. If I sign Sam Darnold to $40 million, you'll be mad at me for that too. What am I supposed to do? When you're in quarterback purgatory, Bills fans know. What are you supposed to do? Draft EJ. That didn't work out. Okay. Draft Lossman. That didn't work out. Okay. Sign Fitz.
Well, the Bills didn't take enough swings along the
That's
way.
Right.
Like,
That's right.
If I wanted to... But to your point, like, this would be the swing, right? Cam Ward is the swing. Like, you want to take a lot of swings.
You are at bat. Yeah. When you're up there, you got to take the guy. If you don't take the guy when you're up there, you might... This is the Steelers' problem, is it not? The Steelers are always picking 20th.
Right.
They're never up there to get that guy that they actually need, so they take Kenny Pickett in a year with no quarterback, and then what happens? Like, it doesn't work out. Mm-hmm. If there's a guy that you could justify number one, you should do it. You got to do it. 803-0550. Like, think about...
what you're supposed to do instead point is the one. Because
what am I supposed to do instead?
I could get to in a vacuum saying, like, I should take the unique all-time great prospect in Travis Hunter over the pretty good quarterback prospect in Cam Ward. But then my next step is what I'm doing under center. And if I'm Tennessee and I pick Travis Hunter number one, I honestly don't know what I would do.
You probably trade back up into the second and try to get Shedeur Sanders or try to get Jackson Dart.
Sure. Right.
Which
I guess.
I read earlier that there might be a staring contest or a game of poker between the Giants and the Saints. Who's going to get Jackson Dart? That seems to be what's happening right now. Mm-hmm. Who's going to get back up to get him? There's one report the Saints would slide down so then they could pick at 12 or 14 and then move back in.
Mm-hmm.
So the intrigue for the quarterbacks and how it affects the Bills are at 30. Let's say Cam Ward goes. And then who's the next quarterback that's definitely going to go? Sanders?
Oh, it could be
Dart?
It could be one of three, because it could even be Milroe.
Could be.
Someone could fall in love with Milroe and all the points we just made about Allen even. Like, isn't that kind of Milroe a little bit? Milroe is, I don't think his arm is nearly as big as Allen's was, but it's big.
Yep.
It's for him, it's more about the speed and the athleticism. Someone in the last couple of days said he's faster than Lamar Jackson, right? Like, which he might not be, but he might be close. That's the athlete. And if someone's thinking like Brett Coleman out there, like, I need the battle of the aliens, so I need somebody with traits, then I could easily see Milroe being the second guy. So, yeah, Sanders, Milroe, or Dart could all be the number two guy. And you have 3 teams at least, that are all probably in that mix. You do often get a surprise team that's in the mix at quarterback, too. Right? Like, that could be the Rams this year.
Rams,
Seattle,
Seahawks.
Sure, yeah. A team we're not really thinking about for that right now, but that could get in the game.
The deeper we go before the second quarterback gets picked, like we're at number 23. It's time to start watching multiple teams who wants to jump out of here and let a quarterback get taken, right? Because it could be the 25th and the 27th picks go quarterback because teams jump up. And every time, that's one thing. If you want the Bills to trade down and take advantage of this jumping back into the first to get your quarterback with a fifth-year option, you have to hope that other teams don't also want to do that or do it more. And if there's only, this is the thing about 12 first-round grades, you're being, you might be thinking out there like, oh, easy, move down. One of these quarterback-needy teams going to move up to 30. Maybe, or they'll move up to 25, 26, and 29, and now the market's stretched. You're done. Well, take your guy at 30 because no one's coming up for this player. And also, by the way, if that does happen, that 4 quarterbacks go because 3 guys get jumped in for, That's actually good news for your board for the Bills. That means that's 3 defensive tackles or corners or whatever that slide further to you. So we should be rooting for 4 quarterbacks to go in the first round. 5, shout out Kyle McCord. No,
he's not going in the first round.
Probably not, no. Mike on his cell phone. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys, I love your talk about the fifth-year option situation, and that's my biggest problem with last year's draft. I mean, if you think Keon Coleman is going to be a stud, trading back to the second round and picking him, you lost the fifth-year option on the second most highly paid position in football. And to me, that made no sense. The little bit that they got to move back to give him a 4-year deal instead of a 5-year, 5th-year option just made no sense to me.
Yep.
I mean, if you really think the guy was going to be your star, you need to take him in the first round instead of the second round. The difference in salary is so minimal between the 30th pick and the second pick or the third pick of the second round. The amount of money that you'd save on that 5th-year option if he's a stud wide receiver is astronomical. And just that to me made no sense at all last year.
Thanks, Mike. To that point, what's the most likely thing that happened? Again, like we don't get the full internal conversations. They tell us what they think. They traded down 1 spot.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what they got?
With Carolina? What
Carolina. They moved up from the 6th round pick number 200 to the 5th round pick number 141. So they moved up 60 spots from round 6 to round 5, and they picked Cedric Van Pran Granger.
Okay.
That's what they got for. It's not a bad point. Like in my opinion, that is invaluable enough to pass on. If I hit on this player, I have an extra year of control.
Well, this is what's the most likely thing that happened? You tell me that deal. Hey, if we drop down 1 spot, we move up 60 in from the 6th to the 5th. That seems like a pretty big move. All right, why do you do that? Because you don't know what you're going to do with the 32nd pick. And when you get to 33, you have all right, let's take
another team, by the way, that's picking the position that you're going after.
So what do? You take that deal and you say, let's talk about it. Let's all sleep on it. Come back and decide what we want to do.
Right.
The reality is that it's very unlikely they wanted to take Keon Coleman at that moment. He would have been on a list of 5 players. Let's reset, talk about it all day tomorrow. We have till 7 p.m. tomorrow to decide what we're going to do with the first pick of the second round. They decide Keon Coleman. But if you knew you were going to take him, I think the point is exactly right. Is it a 5th-year option? That's what made Rousseau easy to do. What do? They put the 5th-year option on Rousseau, and then they get to work on a contract because he's comfortable knowing he's going to make money. They can work to undo the cap and move things around. So I think it's a fair point. And the most likely scenario is they were not set on Coleman when they made the trade. They slept on it, talked about it, 10 voices in the room, 6-4, 10-0, whatever the vote would have been, they land on Coleman. Maybe Ladd McConkey was a consideration. Maybe Cooper DeJean was a consideration. Maybe
they go back and watch tape that whole day afterwards.
Couldn't it have been Cooper DeJean? They go with him, and then late in the second, they take their receiver. They go safety receiver instead of receiver safety. Could have done that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I mean, Kevin Costner in draft day, he's ready to pick the quarterback until he goes up to the podium and he drafts Vontae Mack.
I
can't believe I watched that movie.
I have not seen that movie. I have
the best meme from it though is the little sticky note of Vontae Mack no matter what. You just replace whatever you want with blank no matter what.
I do have you seen this movie for you? Yeah. Okay. So the answer to this is definitely no.
Is it Airplane?
No.
Did you see they're making a remake of that with Liam Neeson?
Yeah.
Liam Neeson in a comedy movie. Okay, good luck.
How many comedies is he in?
I don't know how much range that guy has. I mean, maybe.
The chat will
he's never been in a comedy, right?
I don't think so. The chat will back me up on this. The chat, I don't know what the demographics are of the YouTube chat, but I feel like it's a little more my age, even though it's on YouTube, than yours. Ready for this? Have you seen...
Naked Gun, by the way. He's coming out with a Naked Gun.
Oh, that's not Airplane.
Sorry.
Okay. Have you seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, yeah, right.
I mean, it sounds wild. I'm not gonna lie.
It's wild.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves, George Carlin.
No clue.
Whoever the guy that was Bill.
No. What's the year? What's the year on this?
Oh, 1992 is a guess.
Okay.
Check it. Wait, maybe even earlier than that. 91.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure came out in 1989.
89. I would have put it. Okay.
89. We're in the 80s.
The biggest Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yes, it's a movie about time travel.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. San Dimas High School. What am I saying about Bill and Ted's? Whatever. The thing about Bill and Ted's is that Bill looked like a Ted and Ted looked like a Bill. And that was always the thing to me.
Okay, so it's a time machine movie, though.
Yes.
Right.
They have a...
Because on the picture, it looked like some version of Night at the Roxbury.
I mean, it's like a bro movie.
Yeah.
It's like a Dude, Where's My Car? It's like a with historical references and George Carlin and Back to the Future comedy / be excellent to each other. Bill and Ted.
Sounds like it's a little bit of everything.
Why did I think of that 2 weeks ago and write it in my notes? Like, be sure to ask Joe if he's ever seen Bill and Ted.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? No chance.
They were in a band called the Wild Stallions.
Okay.
Should you see it?
No.
Why? It's funny. I mean, it might have been funny in 1989.
I can't. The sitcoms from that era, they just don't. Unless it is like all time great, they don't hold up. Unless you got to have the nostalgia factor. If you're like, oh, I used to laugh at that. If I've never seen these jokes before, there's just no chance.
Yeah, you might be right.
Was this Blues Brothers for me, or is Blues Brothers supposed to be something you laugh at? Because I watched that movie for like an hour, I didn't laugh one time. I'm like, I'm out.
Same thing. Blues Brothers is a little,
not my vibe.
Little before me.
But Animal House, I think is great.
Animal House does. Yep.
So like some of them do, but
Blues Brothers is like my favorite movie ever, and I can't believe you guys don't love that movie.
I mean, do you laugh at it though?
I don't love it.
Yeah,
you laugh.
I laugh in many points. When what's her name pulls out the rocket launcher.
No idea.
Come on.
Carrie
Fisher is the girlfriend, and she's chasing her. It's unbelievable.
The rocket launcher. The rocket launcher might have been when I turned it off. I'm not gonna lie.
I went as
that
the
might have been the
Blues
moment.
Brothers.
All right, this is enough. Enough of this.
Oh, it's the
they
best.
got a bazooka out now.
I can't. I'm so hurt and disappointed by this.
You ever seen Weekend at Bernie's? The chat's asking that one.
No.
That's. I mean, that's.
That one I at least know the concept of.
That's like 2 hours of the same concept. It's Weekend at Bernie's.
They're all the same.
What you're saying is how I feel about
movies.
Slapshot. I watched Slapshot. I'm like, it does nothing for me.
It's fine.
I just turn it off.
I don't feel anything about Slapshot, but the Blues Brothers I will defend with my life.
Yeah.
I'll jump through my glass window into the studio and fight you guys right now for that take.
Yeah.
Settle it on the golf course.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll make a bet. Losers got to watch Bill and Ted's.
I'm going to come in a Blues
That's not a
Brothers
punishment
suit.
for you, though.
No. There was a sequel.
He's going to watch...
so good they made a sequel. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey was the sequel.
All right. Bogus Journey?
Yeah, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. That was the sequel to Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Loser has to watch...
Holiday Touchdown.
No, I'm not doing that.
All right. When we get back, we expect to hear from Bills minority owner and announcer of one of the fourth round picks, and American soccer phenom and an Olympian in World Cup.
Yeah,
Josie Altidore. It's calling in.
Awesome.
Next. All right, good morning. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Draft day for the Buffalo Bills. We've got the first round tonight, rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow.
It's beautiful out, too.
It is beautiful outside. Joining us on the Western Hotline is a man who has had a great career himself in professional sports and is now part owner of the Buffalo Bills. And we'll be announcing one of the fourth-round draft picks. Josie Altidore is on the Western Hotline. Josie, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Have they told you which fourth-round pick? The Bills have a couple there, so you got to get in there somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see. The draft's always there's a lot going on, right? So anything can happen. So we'll see how things go over the next couple of days. But we're very excited to welcome a couple of new team members.
Yeah, you said I saw a quote from you that the idea of being part of the Bills, part of an ownership group to purchase stake in the Bills was like a dream come true for you. How did it all come together, come to be, and what's it been like since?
Yeah, so I played very close to Buffalo for a number of years, about 7-8 years in Toronto, and I was a football fan before, but I got a chance to watch almost all the Buffalo Bill games over the last 7-8 years, and it's been a crazy ride. And to see the fandom, the support, the proximity in terms of the following they have in Toronto, it was really easy to be a fan of the team, even from Canada. So, really excited at this opportunity. It's come full circle for me, and just really excited about being a part of such a great fan base and a great organization.
You mentioned you were already a football fan. Did you have a team before you got to Toronto and started following the Bills more?
I grew up in South Florida, so, I went through what people go through supporting the Dolphins for time. But, I'm in a different place. I'm in a great place now. And, like I said, it's been an honor to follow this team the last 6-7 years and now be a part of it. It's incredible.
Do you have friends back there that are still Dolphins fans? Because if so, it is a good time to be a Bills fan in the life of a Dolphins fan.
Listen, I'm slowly converting everybody I know in South Florida to Buffalo Blue, baby. So all my friends and family are Bills fans, and that's how it's going to stay.
Yeah, you mentioned, so you played in Toronto for years, and the footprint that the Bills kind of have there already, and you and Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter jumping in. I don't know that this had to be, maybe it isn't different at all. You could tell me about what maybe the Bills' footprint in Toronto means to you guys and to you personally, or if it's just kind of keep going as it is.
No, it's massive. Obviously the three of us were very lucky enough to build, great brands in Toronto and to now have the opportunity, with the Bills to bring the brand even more so in Toronto. Obviously the Buffalo Bills Mafia, they don't need us to do that, which with one of the largest fan bases, but we're very excited to take part in that process and really make this Canada's team and all of the Northeast team.
Josie, how many games have you had a chance to come to? You got future plans for that? Like, how often do you envision being around?
Listen, I plan to be around. I hope you guys don't get sick of me, but I plan to be around quite a bit. I'm really excited for this season, as I'm sure a lot of fans are with how last season ended. We got a motivated group, the best quarterback in the National Football League. So, I'm really excited to be there, be on the ground, support the boys, and do what I can behind the scenes to make sure we're all pulling in the right direction.
I'm sure you guys would have met Josh Allen by now.
I'm sorry?
Have you guys met Josh Allen by now?
Yes, we got a chance to meet the GOAT, and he's doing well, and it's an honor for us to be able to have a quarterback like that who loves the organization as much as he does, who wants to win, and he's dedicated to that over the next number of years. So we're excited to be working with him.
Yeah, I don't know that you guys were given, like, I'm thinking of like when draft picks get announced and they'll have a jersey with their number on it. Did that happen for you guys? Because you wore 17. You wore 17 for the U.S. So I don't know if you asked for that, if they would even Allen on 17 would obviously be the one they wouldn't want to be tricky with.
Yeah, so for me, I was actually drafted 17th overall. So that's why I went with that number my whole career. It had a lot of symbolism for me. So, yeah, tonight we'll see what happens. But like I said, draft day, a lot of things happen. It's a time where teams are really trying to think about the season ahead. So, we'll put our best foot forward and welcome some members to the team that I'm sure are going to help us a bunch.
Josie Altidore joining us on the Western Hotline, talking a little bit about the Bills draft. He'll be announcing one of the fourth-round picks the Bills have. Josie, do you think there's any sort of I don't know, advantage to a relationship where part of the ownership group now that you're a part of, a lot of former players and guys that have played on big stages and, of course, had, whether it's a big brand or big personality or a lot of people paying attention to them. Do you think there's an advantage to that in the way that you're able to maybe relate to current players?
I think so. I think, especially when you look at some of the things where, I know there are places where we can improve. When you look at some of the things the players value and the players look to help prepare themselves, right? Maybe these are aspects where, we can do a better job communicating with them and improving on that. And that's the entire league. So that's definitely something that we feel like we bring to the table and one of the things we'd like to offer expertise on, for sure.
By the way, how deep into contingency plans do they get with you, or is it more loose? Because I don't think the Bills would trade out of the fourth round entirely. It feels like that would be hard to do. But have they talked about what would happen if they move around the board and whatnot?
It's funny you ask that. Terry Pagula and the entire organization has been so welcoming and included us in almost everything going on at a high level. So it's been an incredible honor, incredible learning experience. I am not going to talk about anything of what's to come because I don't think that'd be right. But what I will say is that we're incredibly excited for this weekend, and these kids that are going to join the organization, I'm 100% certain are going to put their best foot forward.
Josie, how much are you paying attention to? You're a big football fan. How much are you paying attention still to the world of soccer, whichever league, whichever format it might be, whether it's Team USA or Premier League or Champions League? Are you a big fan there still?
Yeah, Team USA, of course. Obviously, played for that team for a number of years. We're gearing up for the biggest, World Cup in a long time here at home. So there's a lot of expectation on the team. A lot of things going on. And, I'm still following them, trying to bring them out to the Highmark Stadium, our new stadium next year. It'd be great to have the national team playing there. But of course, following them, cheering them on. And I have big expectations for them this, coming next summer. I think they're going to really capture the minds of the fans and hopefully put their best foot forward as well.
Do you have a favorite moment looking back on your career, even if that's the national team? I mean, you've played in the World Cup. I remember you scoring against Spain in the Confederations Cup. I don't know if you would put that number one, but that's the first goal I think of for you.
Yeah, moments like that. It's hard to pick one, but moments like that where, years and years, you have people stop you and say, hey, remember this goal, or, this happened, and you helped me get through that time. That's been the best part for me is, having people stop you and talk about how, different moments or games affected their lives. And that's been a blessing, man. I never thought of it in that aspect. But I would say, anything that I did representing the country is a huge honor and one I took very serious. So. Yeah. I would say all things USA.
Do you feel like the landscape of the sport here has, I think no one would dispute that it has grown, but to what extent it's grown, maybe since the beginnings of your career to now? We're getting a USL team here locally, so that's just, I think, starting here locally in Buffalo. So that's been happening all around the country. There's more teams than ever. How dramatic do you think the difference really is over the last 10, 15 years?
I mean, I think it's pretty massive. I think when you look at, for example, leagues like the USL, who have done a really good job finding, markets that aren't MLS markets, that are smaller markets to kind of grow in and grow the game. And then you look at MLS and what they've done with most of the bigger markets and, bringing Messi in. I think you can't compare soccer, to when I started to this today. It's miles and miles ahead. And I'm super excited for what's to come.
Very good. Josie Altidore on the Western Hotline. Josie, thanks for the time, and best of luck with that fourth-round pick and for a successful weekend for the Bills.
Appreciate it, man. Really excited, and go Bills, and be safe to all the fans watching the draft this weekend.
All right, very good. Josie Altidore, part of the ownership group to buy a stake in the Bills this year, and announcing the fourth-round pick, which will be Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
By the way. Draft starts usually, 11 on Saturday?
Yeah, the Bills have, in the fourth round, they have the 109th pick.
Mm-hmm.
This will be a fun game. Where did they get it? Where did they get the 109th pick?
Oh, where did it come from?
Because it's not theirs. How did they get the pick?
Where did it come from? The fourth round pick.
They have the 109th and the 132nd.
Where did they get a fourth round pick? Did they get a fourth round pick? There wasn't another pick in the Diggs trade, was there? Was it a second and No, it wouldn't have been a second and a fourth, right? Could it be?
You know what? Is it the Rasul Douglas trade slide? I don't even know. I know that their third round pick that went to the Browns is 94th. That's the Amari Cooper trade. The fourth round pick that they have, that is 109.
Yeah.
It's tough to. It must be the Jets, formerly the Jets, and it's been traded twice because the Jets pick 7th, and it's the 7th pick of the round. But that pick,
I got it.
What is it? It's a trade with the Jets.
The Bears traded with the Bills last year.
Okay.
So the Bills traded with the Bears. They gave them a 5th round pick last year, 144 overall, for a 4th round pick this year.
Okay. So now that's 109.
So last year the Bills were probably about to be on the clock, 5th round pick, and the Bears called and said, "We'll give you a 4th next year for this 5th round
And
pick."
they just took it.
Up. And the Bills said yes.
That's something the Bills could do this year as often as they want.
Slide picks into next year
Yeah.
in a high, like go one round up.
Yeah.
How many fourths you said they had?
They have just
3?
they have 2 fourths. I think it's the 5th is where they have 3.
Okay, so the 5th. So they could do the same thing again. Hey, we have 3 5th round picks. They're not all going to make the team probably anyway. Let's trade a 5th for a 4th next year.
Maybe it's 2 fourths, 2 fifths, 3 sixths is what it is. That's what it is.
Where they get all their 5ths too?
They
get all these picks.
They have in the 5th round they have 169 and 170.
The Bills did get another 5th round pick out of the Diggs trade, by the way.
Okay, there you go. So Houston.
Yep, so that's going to be pick.
I don't know. I'm looking at Houston.
I'm looking.
There must have been
166.
No, Houston has that pick, according to the draft value chart.
I did it the other way. You're right. So that pick wasn't the Diggs trade, but it went back. It went from the Bills to the Texans. Yeah, they got a 5th round pick for Kyrie Elam, of course.
Right.
In this draft, and then they got one from the Giants for Boogie Basham. That's a 6th round pick.
Time to cash that in.
The first pick of round 6 is the Bills for Boogie Basham.
Cash it in, baby. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, on Sunday, May 4th, which is coming up, the only place Bills fans will want to be is Salem Field, 5th annual Micah Hyde charity softball game, and we've got your tickets. Be caller 5 right now to win a pair of tickets to the game as Bills defense versus Bills offense will play again against each other, benefiting the Imagine for Youth Foundation, and tickets are on sale at HydeCharitySoftball.com.
All right. Final thoughts. We're back tomorrow morning. Draft party tonight at Resurgence. We have a wide receiver train.
Yep.
Josh also coined the big man barge. Oh, we forgot to do our dream drafts. Let's do it. We got the graphic up.
Oh, yeah.
We got 1 minute to do our dream drafts. We made all these graphics. Owen made these graphics. Who's going first, me or you? Me?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Dream draft. 3 prospects we'd love the Bills to come away with today. Number one for me.
Yours is really dreamy.
Number 1, Travis Hunter.
There it is.
Travis Hunter. Well, I got to mute my computer. I always do this. Travis Hunter, 1.
We need a new fine bucket for computer sound.
Yeah. Number 2, Matthew Golden, I guess.
Matthew Golden, I guess. That's only number 2?
Just a receiver. Number 3, Luther Burden.
Okay.
Tet McMillan. Just put 3 receivers on the screen. Come on. What are we talking about here? What do you think I am?
Just what's the point of even having Owen put the graphic? Just put wide receiver, wide receiver.
I was going to say.
3 default Madden pictures.
We have the wide receiver train. Josh had the big man barge. What vehicle for the safety? I got it. Hot air balloon. The safety hot air balloon.
No. Safety, I want like the... What's the new one of the new Marvel superheroes who's got like the metallic wings where he's like flying in and out with like
wingsuit?
Yeah,
the safety wingsuit.
The safety wingsuit.
Right. Malachi Starks. I like the idea.
I am going to go with James Pierce, edge rusher from Tennessee, who I've been in love with all week. Mike Green. Well, actually, let me go. Jack Besh, second. TCU wide receiver.
Yeah.
Second round. If they come away with Jack Besh, I'm going to love it. And that's how the Bills get their speed guy, because he's got to be a good football player too, right?
Is he fast?
He ran a 4.3.
Okay.
At the Combine.
But does he play fast?
Whatever. And then 3, Mike Green. Defensive end from Marshall. He's the type of pass rusher that I'm into for the Bills. He is a little smaller, but that bend, speed rusher. They don't have a speed rusher. That was what Vaughn was. And that's what Jerry Hughes was before that. They have not had a speed rusher, though, that's been young in a long time.
Doesn't he have big-time character concerns?
Mike Green?
I thought I read nobody likes him.
Does it get to the quarterback? You sure it's him?
He's got some stuff on the character concerns.
Pierce has some stuff on the character stuff, too, doesn't he?
We got some allegations in high school and in college for Mike Green.
Okay,
suspended before transferring.
Don't love that.
All right, we're back tomorrow, but we'll see you at the draft party. What are you doing tonight? It's going to be beautiful. Let's go hang out, drink a beer, draft some players, and yell at the Steelers or something. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to yell at the Steelers. It's like my second favorite thing to do. All right, we're back tomorrow.